Hello, BroadwayCon, and welcome to our panel on expanding producing. We're so excited to have you today. My name is Olivia Jones, and I'll be facilitating. And let's go ahead and get started by introducing ourselves. And after you share your names and your pronouns, if you'd also like to share your relationship to producing. So let's start with Heather.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Shields. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a general manager and a producer. My Broadway credits are Bandstand and A Christmas Carol from last year or 2 years ago, and fairly new to the scene in relative terms and just thrilled to be here. So thank you.
Awesome. Let's pass it on to Rashad.
Hey everyone, I'm Rashad Chambers, he, him, and I am a commercial producer.
And Erica.
Thanks, Olivia. I'm Erica Rothstein. I use she, her pronouns. I too work as a commercial producer and also as a talent manager. So often my producing is tied to the work I do as a manager for those clients.
Awesome. Cynthia.
Hi everyone, I'm Cynthia J. Tong. My pronouns are she, her, and I work in commercial producing and also outside of it, doing producing for a lot of other organizations. And currently I'm the associate producer at Tom Curtihe Productions.
Awesome. And let's finish with Rob.
Hi everybody, my name is Rob Lakey. I'm a creative producer by way of dance and puppetry. I work with the National Theater America Producing Office in New York. I also work with Amara Isaacs and her production company, Octopus Theatricals.
Awesome. We've got so many wonderful folks in this room, and I'd like to take a moment for us just to talk about the groups that we're representing. So we have the Business of Broadway and the Industry Standard Group. And so let's talk a little bit about the Business of Broadway. Tell us what that is, how that got started, and the type of work that you're doing.
Heather, I'll start if that's okay with you. So Heather and I are two of the four co-founders of the Business of Broadway. Our other partners are Rachel Sussman and Dana Lerner. And it is a business that we created with the desire to democratize knowledge about how commercial producing works. Frankly, it started largely by virtue of the work that we do with artists and realizing just how little about the actual business side of the business and how and why decisions are made that directly impact artists and their work, how much of the actual reasoning behind those decisions and the actual factors that go into those decisions are ever communicated between producers and artists. And so A, we felt that artists deserve to have access to that knowledge, and B, we kind of wanted to create, to help create a new paradigm for collaboration, one that's built on greater transparency and greater sort of two-way conversation about the decisions that are made. And part of what we have also found as the business has been able to grow in sort of ways we hadn't expected through Zoom, through like the transition to offering classes online, which wasn't something we actually expected to do, is that it's also become a place where we can sort of share the knowledge we have had the privilege of amassing. We are four white women. And create a space where sort of a shared foundation of knowledge of how things have historically operated can be a really fertile ground for having conversations about how we can change how things have historically operated in the hopes of finding new models that operate better in all ways, both financially, but especially from a perspective of access and equity and inclusion. Heather, is there anything you want to add to that?
Not at all. That was perfect.
That's incredible work. I feel like even having an MFA in arts leadership, we didn't really talk about how the sausage gets made, the production element. We spent a lot of time talking about organizational structures and things like that. So I love that you're working on disseminating that information. And I'd love to hear more about the Industry Standard Group. Tell us about the work that you're doing, how you got started, all of those wonderful things.
Sure, I'll go ahead. So the Industry Standard Group is a collective of 8 commercial producers. We all have various trajectories how we got into these rooms. It was founded on about a year ago through these conversations. Basically, when I transitioned over to creative producing and sort of experiencing being the only self-identified BIPOC individual in many, many rooms. In the arts is something that we've all been used to as self-identified BIPOC individuals, but sort of seeing it in the commercial producing rooms, realizing the impact that it makes to have representation in those rooms really became at the forefront of these conversations in the last year. And so just in a very organic, but also intentional way, we gathered the 8 of us together and it sort of formalized last summer into what this group is. And we're basically seeking to increase representation and access while meanwhile disrupting the way that commercial theater producing works, but creating access and for BIPOC identified individuals into theater commercial theater producing, particularly in New York and on Broadway.
Yeah, I'll also just add that the way that commercial producing works is pretty unique and has a lot to do with the investor and commercial investor pool and the producer pool. And so we are, in practicality, kind of a twofold organization. We are doing advocacy work, and then we are also practically creating a fund in which we will be allowing members to come in, BIPOC members specifically, to come in and invest in our organization, and then that will in turn invest in Broadway. And so we're bringing people in that way, which is a way that many people actually come into commercial producing, but that has not really been talked about until more recently. So we're really trying to create access points through that.
I'll just add that to echo onto all those things, you know, one of the big sort of problems right now is that there isn't a lot of access. And so we're hoping to be able to create that access to be able to ultimately have more BIPOC producers and investors in the Broadway scene. Right now, there are very, very few BIPOC producers, specifically lead producers. And so we want to be able to sort of create those access points at lower thresholds, be able to give information to educate people how to get into investing and producing, what the world entails, and just how we can have a more diverse pool of people who are operating in the space. And I also just want to acknowledge that, you know, Rob, Cynthia, and I are 3 of the 8 members, as we mentioned. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the other 5 members: Miranda Go, Adam Hindman, Tony Israel, Sammy Lopez, and Ronnie Panoy.
Thank you for lifting up those folks who aren't in the space today from both institutions and organizations. I have so many questions. So I'll start at the industry standard group. The concept of investing is sometimes really unfamiliar to folks. And so how have you been sort of demystifying that and bringing folks in, where sometimes it seems a little bit daunting, you know, like I don't have X amount of money, so I can't be an investor, or I don't have these fiscal resources, or my friends and my family aren't particularly wealthy, I can't be a producer. How have you been demystifying that and breaking down those boundaries for the folks that you've been working and collaborating with?
I can start. So one of the things that most people may know or may not know is that to invest on Broadway is usually a minimum of $25,000. So that's what they term as an accredited investor, which there are various guidelines from the SEC that dictate what an accredited investor is. The rules have changed a bit, but you know, some of the criteria has been, you know, you had to make at least $200,000 a year as an individual, or $300,000 as a couple, or have $1 million in assets that doesn't include your primary residence. So it's sort of self-policing, but you're supposed to check one of those boxes. What we're trying to do is create a space to be able to have both accredited and non-accredited investors be able to join the fund. And the non-accredited investors can come in at a much, much lower threshold. So it's not as daunting. So you could be a member and have the same sort of voting power and access as an accredited investor and still be able to get into the game. And we're also trying to open it up to traditional investors, but also people who have sort of devoted their lives to being in this industry, whether they are a stage manager, a company manager, or an actor, and be able to also allow them to have a little bit of piece of the pie by being members of the group.
And I'll also add that because of the 8 of us have had those various trajectories into how we've gotten into those rooms, we are very keen on sharing our knowledge as individual producers to be able to have a large base of information and data moving forward in how commercial theater producing works. Because, and I'm sure as well as the Business of Broadway group, trying to, the word is really demystify, because there are so many ways that shows do get produced, and anyone that has experience producing 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it's different than what we're, moving forward now. So in the flexibility of what this business is in terms of the actual logistics, the shared knowledge is so important. So we hope to partner with groups like the Business of Broadway. Rashad and Miranda in our group founded the Theater Producers of Color Teapot group, which seeks to educate BIPOC individuals with commercial theater producing as well. And we want to partner with those groups as well as other educational institutions to be able to really share the knowledge of what commercial theater producing has been and what it potentially can become.
Absolutely. That's amazing. I love that we're focusing on education in a variety of ways, and especially that knowledge sharing, where I feel like some of that has been knowledge hoarding and power hoarding for so long in the commercial theater industry. And just thinking about education for the Business of Broadway folks, I wonder how you curate your curriculum and how you introduce folks to producing, where there might be a lot of folks listening in today that still quite aren't sure exactly what that means to be a producer, or what's your role, what kind of power do you have in decision making, all those sorts of things. So can you tell us a little bit about how you figure out what sorts of curriculum, and can you give us that brief introduction as to what that is, so that we can have all the folks on the same page in this call?
A brief introduction into what producing actually is. Okay, great. So Erica, do you mind if I take a swing at this one? So as Erica kind of alluded, when we first started this, it was geared towards theater makers of all sorts, not necessarily people that were like, I want to be a producer. The idea was everybody has a stake in this. And so it behooves everybody to understand how it's working, so that we can have a better collaboration as a whole. We are finding, though, that there are a lot of people who take our classes who are like, I've worn a stage manager hat, I've worn a writer's hat, but I actually am a little bit interested in producing. Not so much to take a 14-week course with, that's thousands of dollars with other organizations. And so one of the things that we were very adamant about is that the entry level basic course with us was going to be just a couple hour commitment, very low price point of let's all get on the same page. And we keep that in mind, that people are coming to us, some people with exactly zero knowledge, or maybe they just consider themselves a fan of theater, so they have no idea how the economic model or the behind the scenes stuff works. And so we really do start from square one, where we're like, the producer is the CEO, and every single show is a startup. Very basically, you are at the end of the day responsible for all of the decisions that happen below you, and we work from there. And I think that it's really important that and we take people through not only the structure of this work, of this startup, of this organization. We take them through, how did we get here? So we start with a playbill, and we talk about all the people that are on it. And then we talk about how we got here. So through the creative development process, and then through the lens of a financial process. And so that at the end, I'm quite proud of our curriculum, to be honest. I think that we take something that is normally taught over the course of weeks and months, and we boil it down to 2.5 hours. Then, if you're like, that was really interesting, I want to get deeper into this, I want to learn about royalty pools, I want to learn about the SEC accreditation standards, I want to learn about all this stuff a little bit more, we offer different one-off classes so that everyone can do a deep dive. I hope I just answered all of your questions, but that was the perspective, that was the angle by which we came to it, and how we are here where we are today.
I love that. I love learning a bit about how you let people into the room, and how you put it out there in an easy to understand, inclusive way, and then you sort of dig deeper and deeper and deeper. Where there's a lot of folks, I imagine, that are watching this video who've heard the term producer and are like, I'm interested. And so I'm really glad that they're part of this space and that we're able to share not only how we're approaching this work, but a little bit about what it means to be a part of the producing community. And I'd like to dive into how we're seeing the producing world shift a little bit, or even just having that basic knowledge about the producing world shifting the field, where we see so many studies and articles talking about how many women are producing or working on Broadway, how many BIPOC folks are producing and working on Broadway, and how those numbers are insanely low. And so when you think about the industry for the past few years, how have you seen it progress, and how have those studies assisted you, or movements like We See You, White American Theater, have helped to push that work forward, especially in the past year, where people are, I think, listening a little bit more, whether they're afraid of call out culture or it's from the goodness of their heart, but that folks are making the effort. I feel. Have you seen the industry change in the past year, past 5 years, from your perspectives?
Can I distinguish one thing that Heather said first before we move on to that question? Because I think everything that she said was so on point. But just in case there are some newbies watching that don't know about producing, I would say 100% the producer is a CEO, but I would just distinguish that and say the lead producer is the CEO of the show. And a lot of times it takes a multitude of co-producers in order to make the show happen. And that's where a lot of us get our start as co-producers. And our main responsibility is to raise money. And if you have a good lead producer and you want to hustle, then you can also get a little bit of extra knowledge by being able to attend co-producer meetings or marketing meetings and really get to understand how sort of it all comes together. And then, you know, a lot of people work their way up and become lead producers, and then they are literally that CEO who's running the whole show, who's responsible for hiring everyone, but also not only dealing with the business side of the show, but dealing with the creative, working closely with the director on his or her vision for the show, casting, how the design elements are coming together. And so it really is sort of a really big job, but I just wanted to distinguish that because I know a lot of people are like, oh God, I'm not ready to be that CEO yet. There are still other ways for you to be involved with the show and to really get a lot of great experience.
Thank you, Rashad.
Of course.
Thank you for lifting that up.
Yes, and now to answer your question, I'll just start briefly because I don't want to talk too much. I just think that in the past year, it's sort of just given more light to what I'll call a problem, in that, you know, a lot of people haven't been given sort of the access to be able to get into rooms. And we see a lot of statistics coming out about the number of BIPOC producers or women producers and stuff like that. And I think this racial awakening has really just made people more aware, and it's allowed people to just have better and deeper conversations about what inclusion and equity really look like. And I don't think there definitely are problems, and we definitely need to address them, and we definitely need to call out certain things, but I don't think that we need to bully or alienate. I think this is a time for us all to really come together and figure out how we can become solutions to those problems. And by having more inclusion and more diversity within organizations, within productions, I think that's what we are all trying to accomplish. And to be able to say, listen, I don't want to be one of 10 Black Broadway producers. I want there to be 100. I want there to be a space for everyone who maybe is in high school or college to just know that you can have a career in this business outside of being on stage. And what does that look like? If you want to be a lighting designer, if you want to be a stage manager, if you want to be a producer, if you want to be a GM, like that's what I think is happening right now, is to show people, one, it's possible, and two, let's create some tangible, actionable steps to really make a difference.
Thank you, Rashad. That was beautiful. I just wanted to say I'm on the newer side to producing. And I want to make a distinction that we are mostly in this room talking about commercial producing. There's a lot of other kinds of producing, and commercial producing is specifically, for all intents and purposes today, mostly Broadway. So the models we're talking about are very specific to that. And in terms of the Broadway producing model, I don't think that it has been changed drastically in the last, I was talking to my boss the other day, 100 years, and that there's a generation of producers that are starting to come up. Some of us are in this room, and there's many, many outside of this room who have been really thinking about what will producing look like next. And this pandemic has given us an opportunity to really actually accelerate, I think, a lot of the processes and thoughts we've already been having. And I think that's also because producing in the past was not as formalized a career path or job as it has become. And so that's why I think education has been a big part, or growing educational opportunities has been a big part of that. And theater management and producing programs are still rather new, even in the MFA or like college space. And that's because I think a lot of creatives and like genius directors and other people who started to amass a career in the artistic sense sometimes moved over and said, okay, now I'm going to be producing this work and learning that on the go. And instead, we're starting to see a generation of people who are self-identifying, you know, very early on that this is something they want to do. And productions have gotten a lot bigger in terms of budgets and things that need to happen to make a show successful. And so there's so many more roles now, and that's why they've been kind of delineated in all those ways. And marketing and social media and general management and all of these things, company management, are actually all under the producing umbrella in some senses. And the lead producer, as Rashad said, does have a hand in making all of that happen. But there's so many ways into producing. You don't have to find necessarily an assistant producer position, or it doesn't have to be named that way. All those things are actually under the producing umbrella.
I'm inclined to jump in to build on the sort of agreeing with Cynthia completely about the stagnation that is sort of the default in this business, and building on both Rashad and Cynthia were talking about sort of how do we be agents for that change. And since Olivia, you brought up We See You White American Theater, I will own as a white woman that the conversations that I was having both with myself and with others around racism, white supremacy, anti-racism have shifted after George Floyd's murder, right? Like, I wish that weren't true, but it is, like, as by which I just mean, I wish I was having those conversations already in the depth that I am having them now, but I own that there was a shift for me. And when it comes to the demands that were shared by We See White American Theater, I wish that my peers, that my BIPOC peers had not been so hurt for so long that they needed to express demands in this way. But I see the demands that they shared as a gift, frankly, because we are talking about commercial producing, but just for a small anecdote, I am the board chair of a nonprofit theater company called Cold's Core, an off-Broadway theater company. And that was a tangible, whereas I don't have a show running right now with which to sit down with those demands and figure out point by point how they apply to the work I'm doing in the context of Cold's Core. We have a company where we could sit down and point by point work through the demands of We See White American Theater and use those both as ways of rethinking how it is that we do business, opening up new conversations amongst our company of artists and our board. And I just, I am incredibly grateful that in the face of, we as white people did not deserve that generosity. And I'm grateful but I'm really grateful to the folks who sat down and chose to share in that way.
I feel like those demands really illuminated a lot of opportunities for growth for a lot of spaces, a lot of productions, a lot of nonprofit institutions that still produce quasi-commercial Broadway theater, all of those different things. When you're looking at the field, what sort of opportunities of growth do you identify that your institutions, that the business of Broadway and the industry standard group are specifically approaching? Like, what of those opportunities for growth are you tackling today?
I mean, I can speak to a strategy that we've talked about within our group for the industry standard group. And a couple of us occupy those spaces as you're talking about, and what Cynthia had mentioned as well, that we're dealing specifically in a very specific way with commercial theater producing, particularly Broadway and New York, right? But a lot of those institutions, and you even said it earlier when you said quasi-commercial productions for not-for-profit, there's a partnership that happens with how art is created in general, right? And a couple of us are from organizations that sit on that span, that, like the National Theater, for instance, is a non-for-profit commercial or non-for-profit producing entity in the UK, but has stake in commercial theater productions that have come over to Broadway. So there already is, moves towards taking down those silos and de-siloing sort of those how art is created, how stories are told, and how things are actually produced. Because in what we're learning in sort of white supremacy at large is that separation makes it easy for white supremacy to continue. One of the ways that it continues is in separating groups, and our group particularly is looking at how collectively we can regain that power again, that leverage as a group, how we can make collective decisions, how we can move forward in true partnership with organizations. And it starts sort of, on our own self-examination as an individual, how you approach your practice as a producer, but then that sort of radiates outward to how you approach with the group, and then how this group then interacts with the other groups. So really, the question is like, how are we moving forward that doesn't reinforce sort of these structures that we've been existing in?
That's a great point, because I think that sometimes some of these demands are enforcing those parameters just with darker people. And so we want to make sure that we avoid that and that we are all growing together. And specifically to answer your question, Olivia, just to expand on what I said earlier, part of our mission is to really be able to grow the numbers. So through access, through disruption, and through just general communication, we're working to just provide that knowledge. You come in and become a member of our organization, that we are going to in turn invest in a commercial production that automatically gives you, maybe as a new person, access to additional co-producers, additional lead producers, additional investors, learning about the process, being able to really dissect offering papers and other literature that comes along with being a producer. So many people don't have access to that information until they're offered a show. And then, as a co-producer, it's then my responsibility to walk a new investor through 60 pages of material, which can be very daunting. So if we can start early and be able to acclimate people into that process, I think it'll really be a game changer to be able to just say, okay, this is what it entails. These are the possibilities. This is what this terminology means. And we can really, really grow the business through those mechanisms.
Yes. I couldn't agree more. I would think, just to your question, Olivia, which was so well asked, with the business of Broadway, it also comes down to education. And frankly, the We See You Watt demands, that document that Erica, very accurately described as generous. I believe that there are people who read it and didn't, and probably don't know what all of those demands entail from a practical, logistical, financial standpoint. And so I hope that one of the major objectives of the business, I hope that one of the major achievements of the business of Broadway is giving people the tools by which to read that document and understand what that actually means. Erica, described sitting down with her core group and saying point by point, how can we address this? And there are practical issues, there are financial issues behind those decisions. And so it's something that I hope we're providing in terms of being able to interpret the document and then go out and make art with those demands in mind. So I hope that that's something that we've been able to achieve.
I just want to add to that as well, that the demands in particular were for the entire industry, and there's sections that are pertaining to unions and Broadway and nonprofits. So it's actually, I think people hear all the time, it's like 61 pages and it can feel very overwhelming. But just like what we are doing, we are tackling, both organizations are tackling a very small part of the industry. And I think that's what all the organizations that have cropped up recently are doing, is they're tackling these different points. And I think what will be most successful, and what I think everyone is aiming to do, is that if we can make small change, small meaningful change in each section of a giant industry, then we'll all be able to move forward together. And that's why partnership has been so key for, I know Business of Broadway is in partnership with other organizations, and we're doing the same thing, because none of us are trying to fix the entire industry. We're just trying to fix a small part and then work with each other to do that. And we always said, if someone else does it differently or better or ahead of us, we'll just jump on that train. There's just, so far, we're working on something that has been new. So no one else is doing it yet, but if we hear someone else, we'll be in collaboration with them.
Which frankly, I think in and of itself is part of how we as a new generation of theater makers are changing the way the industry operates, because that is not that kind of sharing of resource and a desire to uplift one another rather than view it all as competitive and me or you. That fundamentally is a shift in how our business is operated.
And I will say too that is something that is so inspiring in these kind of conversations and in our weekly calls that we have for the industry standard group, is that we're coming from a place where we're not operating at holding our knowledge proprietarily, right? And we come from a place of generosity, and we also come from a place of responsibility and accountability. So it is like I was mentioning earlier, where when we think of how we create art and the relationship of art and how it's made commercially in theater, we're taking down those, not only those like walls between us as partnerships, but what the definition of that means even within our industry. We're bringing, social justice to the table. We're bringing, these things that make us activists. We're also being activists and producers. We're becoming like the ultimate multi-hyphenate, and as producers in this realm, we've all had to operate and be flexible and try to wear so many hats at any given time. But what we're finding, and again, what's so inspiring, is that we're seeing that we don't have to do it on our own, that there is a community that's being created. And the more that we reach out to not only within our own networks, but to other people, other organizations that are doing the aligned work, that I slightly disagree with you, Cynthia. We are trying to change the entire industry. I mean, ultimately, like that's the goal, right? Like that we won't be having to have these conversations 15, 20 years down the line, hopefully sooner, because through these partnerships, we're making real a measurable change, and that we're inviting people to these tables and these rooms that have never gotten that invitation before, and we're sharing what the profit and what the benefit of all of that is.
That's amazing. I can listen to you speak forever on that, Rob. And thinking about all the folks who are working in collaboration, all of the folks who are taking on this work in these different pockets, I'm also thinking about the folks who've not been doing this work, who have maybe even never thought about doing it, right? This is the way producing is, this is what we do, this is how we've been doing it. How can we fold those folks in, the folks who are holding a lot of this knowledge, the folks who are in that CEO producer role? How can we fold them in, and what sort of action steps can they take to be a part of this work, to be a part of this movement?
I'll just say really quickly that we have found, because we are doing this work at this time, that a lot of people are interested in working with us, like people who have been in the industry for many years and providing those access points. And we are essentially a bridge building organization. So we're hoping to offer people from like above, below, around, all fold them in to our organization. And there's an opportunity and a place and a part they can play.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to outreach. There are people who have graciously reached out to us to say, I hear what you're doing. It's amazing. I want to learn more. And they've set up general calls with us. And there are people that we've reached out to say, we want to pick your brain. You want to understand how your model is as a lead producer and how we can maybe either change that or be a part of that. And so it really just comes down to communication, because we all, I think, have the same goal. And so really just communicating and taking those actionable steps to say, this is what we're doing, this is what we want to do to change, and how can we do that together?
Amazing. I have like a million questions, so I have to be specific because we just have about 5 more minutes together. And so I'll move towards this one. So rather than having you address someone who's like an invisible person, someone we don't know, hi, my name is Olivia Jones, and I'm interested in producing, but I've literally never thought that I could do it. Right? What information do you have for me? What ways can I fold myself in? What advice do you have for someone who's like, I've just never felt like I belonged in that room? How do they get started?
Okay. Oh, Rob, please.
No, go ahead, Heather. Go ahead.
We both unmuted at the same time.
Yeah, we did like a game.
So one thing that I think always surprises people when they find out about this industry is what a full ecosystem it truly is, and how many specialties are represented within it. Another thing that I would another nugget of information I would give is just that almost all producers that do not come, in my experience, that do not come to the table independently wealthy or with independent funding, wear other hats, and they come to, and that may be what they do. I introduce myself as a general manager. I make money as a general manager. I don't make money as a producer. I came into general management with a background in, being pre-law college and studying business and being really good at spreadsheets, not because I was trained as a general manager. There are people who are interested in fashion, and then they get a foot into costume design, and now they're in the door in that way. There are people that there are ways for you to take skills that you already have and start working within the theater industry. If it's graphic design, if you build websites, you can work for an advertising agency. So just like finding what you're good at, what you thrive at, and start working within the industry itself, I think is very helpful. From there, I just say producing is a thing that you can do. It took me until only a few years ago to find out that that's and general management at that time is a thing that I can do. It's a thing that's available for me to do. So just the knowledge of it's a thing that you can do, and you can start working in this industry with the skill set that you already bring to the table, is the very, very most first minimal step that I would give.
And I'll tack on to that that's related to sort of the individual's sort of interest, right? And additionally, like, what shows do you love? Like, who's making work that you love, right? Follow what that trajectory of the people that are a part of those teams potentially, and see, and you can do your own individual research, and that information exists out there. But also you might find within that project a person, and a lot of people are willing to have a conversation. I say you don't know if you don't ask, as an artist, and like you have to be relatively driven and tenacious in that sense, and that will get you really far, because a lot of people want to share their knowledge. And to speak to a question that you mentioned earlier about to get buy-in for people that are currently in the industry, at this time we are kind of focusing on who automatically is there, who wants that buy-in, and the other people either will come along or not, and they'll do what they do. So in that same vein, if you're starting out as wanting to be a producer, you meet who you're supposed to meet when you're supposed to meet them. There's a lot of sort of what we think of as like luck in this industry, but I also think that when you steer and point your ship in that direction, things that are unexpected happen, and you'll find the way into this industry, and you'll be like beautifully surprised at sort of what yields. So it's always expect the unexpected, but definitely there's a drive and there's a questioning and a curiosity that people of like mind will follow.
I'll just add really quickly that you might already be producing. A lot of producers don't realize they're producing, and that like I put together dance concerts when I was in college, and I didn't know that was producing. So think about what you've already done. You might actually already be doing it.
Amazing. We have just about a minute left, and I would love for each group to share how folks can connect with you. How can they find you? Where I'm feeling inspired and I want to sign up for whatever all of you are offering. So I know that there's a lot of people in this space that feel the same way.
I'm going to go first to let you guys have the final word. The business is literally called The Business of Broadway. You can find us. That is our website, www.thebusinessofbroadway.com. And we are now on all social media platforms, including our, attempt at TikTok as 30 somethings. And we are at Biz of Bway, Biz of Breway. BIZOVBWAY. That is us on all social media handles. And thanks for having us. Did I screw that up, Heather?
BIZOFBWAY. I love you, my friend.
Thank you. I forgot how to spell. on to our colleagues here.
Yeah, we're producers. We don't spell. The Industry Standard Group, very similarly, you can go online. It's the industrystandardgroup.com, and all of our social handles, it's TISG_fund. You can find us on Twitter and Insta and Facebook. We're not quite as advanced for our TikTok followers yet, but we're talking about it. We're trying to figure out what that content would look like, but
You got it. I love that. And as we sort of close out, does anyone have a call to action that you would like to leave the room with?
I'll just say communicate. I often feel like there are a lot of people talking and a lot of people not talking to one another. So I think this is really a time for us all to come together, collaborate, and to be able to communicate.
I was going to say something similar, that this business is built on relationships that won't change. And I think I'm really seeking to work with people who are empathetic and compassionate. And I think that's something we could all bring more of to producing. And so I think hopefully that's where we're going to head.
I hope this isn't too hokey, but this is all, producing is really difficult, and trying to make your dream a reality is really hard. And I have to remind myself all the time that a producer also has to be a dreamer and believe. And so just believe in that dream and keep working towards.
Amazing. These are beautiful final words. Erica and Heather, thank you so much for representing the business of Broadway. Rashad, Cynthia, and Rob, thank you so much for representing the Industry Standard Group. It has been a pleasure to share space with you today, and I appreciate your generosity of spirit in this room, and the inspiration that you're providing the field. And I hope that this brings up an entire new crop of producing individuals. So thank you so much. And thank you to all of the folks at BroadwayCon who have attended this panel today, and have a beautiful, beautiful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want that guy.
Hello, BroadwayCon. Welcome, welcome, and thank you for being here for this Broadway conversation that we've called Ready, Willing, and Very Abled to discuss inclusion in the performing arts. My name is David Connolly. I am a middle-aged white man with brown glasses wearing a blue shirt in front of a white wall with some plants over my shoulder. I use the pronouns he, him, and I qualify for this panel by being a double below knee amputee, the first and last, unfortunately, to have been on Broadway. So my aim in this and many other conversations is to change that statistic. I'm going to allow everyone to, allow is the wrong word. I'm going to ask my fellow panelists to introduce themselves to you, and we'll start with Prince. Hi, Prince.
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm very happy to be here and be a part of this conversation. I am a Black actor based in Toronto. I am second and third degree burns, and I'm also a bilateral arm amputee. It was an acquired accident in 2012. My walls have some gold decal, sort of like print design, an attempt at designing and doing some interior design when I got really bored. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Prince. Hi, John McGinty.
Hi, hello. First of all, Prince, I wanted to let you know you've got a better background on your wall than mine. Yours is much more decorative. Hello, everybody. My name is John McGinty, and this is how I sign my name. I am a white male. I am a deaf actor. I'm in my mid-30s. I'm wearing a blue button-down shirt. My background is sort of a light bluish tint on the wall. I'm sitting in a brown chair. I am thrilled to be part of this discussion about how we can envision and improve authentic representation from the way it has been in the past, the way it is now, and with a goal for making it better in the future for theater, television, and film. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of this.
Thank you, John. Hi, Natasha.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Natasha Ophaly, and this is my name sign. I'm a Black woman. I'm an actress. I'm deaf as well, and I live in LA. My background is essentially a lot of things, to be honest. I am involved in, I have a long background with certain things. Oh, wait, let me see. My background has a lot of things going on back here, if you can see that. A couple things in my background, a lot of art. I'm wearing a salmon-colored shirt with brown earrings, and it's plaid overalls, white plaid overalls, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much. I'm really thrilled for this opportunity and looking forward to BroadwayCon. It's getting close. That's really exciting. And I'm really thrilled to be here because I really want to see more BIPOC, BIPOC involved actors. So I really want them to share their authentic stories and really share, the content that they're able to share. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I'd like to see that more in the acting world.
Wonderful, thank you. Hello, Gail.
Hello, I am a Caucasian Brahma with a silver blonde pixie cut. I am sitting in front of a black and white screen, and I use the pronouns she and her, also Aunt Gail, Mom, and Yaya. I am on this panel because I'm a talent agent and I work specifically with talent with disabilities. I have the pleasure of representing some of the wonderful panelists here today and have been on some pretty amazing journeys with some of them. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Samuel. What's up?
Hi, everyone. My name is Samuel Yates, and I am coming to you from Los Angeles, and I am a white male in my early 30s. I am a deaf hearing aid user with sensorial neural deafness, and I'm a theater professor. In autumn, I'll be at Millikan University as assistant professor of theater history and directing. I've been invited by David to be on this panel. Thank you all, because I am working on my first book project, which is called Cripping Broadway: Disability in the American Musical. So I'm thinking about not only the history of disability in performance, but how disability and the triple threat are intimately interconnected in the ways that we think about musical theater production and performance.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, and welcome again. Yes, 3 cheers for all of that. What a room, and we're not in these rooms often enough. There aren't enough of these conversations, so I'm so glad that we get to have it. I want to jump straight to your thoughts on where you think the prioritized responsibility lies. So if you had to pick one area of change that if you had the magic wand and could focus your energy towards that, what would it be? Let's start with John.
All right, I'll start. I think you have proposed a terrific question, David. Honestly, I think it starts with ourselves, each of us, because each of us has a different way of bringing our authenticity and responsibility into each story, or behind the scenes, or in front of the scenes. You know, we know what the truth lived experience is, and we know how to make something become a positive conversation, whether it's interacting with the writer or an audience member or a casting director. When I think of my personal experiences that I've had, sometimes I was quite young and had a lot of insecurity about when was the right time to speak up, how to choose my battles. And as I've gone in my journey here and found more allies, we have Gail, who's been a fantastic advocate, guiding and paving the road for all of us that work with her. And I would have to say, if it wasn't for her ability to speak the truth, I don't think I would be here today.
Right.
So I think it starts with each one of us.
Amen.
Thank you, John. That's a great segue. Gail, over to you.
Well, thank you, John, very much. It's a pleasure to be on the journeys I've been on with you and Natasha, and in the future with David. I've often said this business is like waiting for a big wave to come in, and we're all kind of paddling out and sitting in the ocean, riding the swells until the perfect wave comes to ride it in. And I think it's twofold with how we create the change. One is we create the people waiting to ride the wave that have the talent and have the training and are ready to go, because if they're not ready when that wave comes, they're going to wipe out. That's just the way it's going to be. And then we need to work with the creatives to see the talent and create the wave for us. And I'd say in the last 5 years, I've seen more movement than I did in the first 25 years of the advocacy work that I've been doing here for 30 years. And I think it's for a few reasons. I think it's because it's a time where we're recognizing diversity in a way that we haven't been before. We finally have people in the full inclusion generation coming of age. You know, we didn't provide a inclusive education for children until 1974. So we had to wait for those people to become grown-ups, not just those with disabilities, but the kids that were exposed to these children as their playmates to become adults and understand that it's an inclusive world. So I think that's happened. I think, you know, Hollywood's more aware of the fact that we need to be inclusive and including disability finally, because when the Grand Coalition came about in 1991, disability was not invited to the table, but we're there now. So that's made a difference. And I think I have to give a little credit to KMR for creating a sort of, if you build it, they will come. As much as we want our diversity department to go away because everybody is fully included everywhere, including with agencies, we're finding that there's a lot of power in the numbers. And when somebody knows we're a one-stop shop, that they can come to us and find talent, I think that helps. So I think there's a lot of things to help create the change.
Thank you. Speaking of creating the change, Natasha, you've had an amazing last couple of years. What do you think about this question?
Wow. Whew. Okay. I mean, it's a really good question because I remember whenever I first became an actress a couple years ago, and I was very just, you know, I was unaware of what was happening because my heart was in it, but I love the storytelling. I loved acting and everything, including in it. And then when I met Gail, she gave me that support, and I really saw, you know, that talent within myself. And even though it's tough, you know, it was a tough couple years, just ups and downs all over the place. It was just kind of difficult. Like my heart was always there and I was always ready to give that out to the world. But, you know, there were barriers left and right, of course. And, you know, I just had to, you know, keep going and be strenuous with my work. And as I kept going, you know, I just noticed like that little circle of people was the most important thing because they really uplift you and support you. And finally, like I had that person who believed in me to really share my story and then to get involved in my characters. And that was a beautiful thing. So, you know, that was really the reason why I'm at where I'm at now. So I'm really looking forward to that for myself. Another deaf and hard of hearing, especially by people of color, because that's one of those things where those opportunities come up and it just happens that way. And it's a really great way to get that advocacy.
Thank you. Prince, where do you think the responsibility lies for change?
Yeah, I think it comes from the creatives being able to work with people that are disabled artists, but not being afraid to have those conversations that need to be had to figure out what we need to do and how to make it more inclusive. I always say disability inclusion is sort of like the final frontier, you know, the last battle, the last voice that's kind of heard in the fight for equality and inclusion. But to sort of jump on what Gail says, I am kind of hopeful in seeing a lot of change, even just within the few years that I've been working. Yeah, people want to be able to accept us and, you know, and bring in more inclusion, but sometimes just don't know how, you know, and there's a fear to figure out what that is, you know, because you want to stay safe. So when you're able to sort of, you know, jump off the cliff a bit and have those real conversations that need to be had, I think we can make real movement, right? And having acquired a disability also gave me the opportunity to see both sides of working in the industry. And I was definitely hesitant to get back into acting because I didn't know how people would include me. I didn't know how I would be accepted, and that was my own fear. But I'm learning a lot along the way and also seeing that people do want to make that change. But yeah, I think it's the creatives, it's the characters that are you know, you're playing, that they're really authentic, you know, it doesn't come from some lie or you know, you see Oscars and usually the ones playing disabled actors have no lived experience of it, and that's why they get the Oscar, because, you know, we're all cheering them on. But it'd be lovely to see real people with varying forms of disability just playing any kind of characters, you know, and that's what we need more of. So yeah.
Thank you. Samuel, you will have more statistics than I have in this regard about what Prince talked about, which is this final frontier of the subject of inclusion and how that has kind of blown up in the last year in the best possible way. But do you find that disability is not always included in those conversations?
Sure. I think that, to Prince's comment, disability inclusion is tricky in part because we actually have legislation that I think many people assumed that with the passage of the ADA that automatically disabled people were included in rehearsal spaces, were able to literally enter a rehearsal hall or even a casting place, which is not always what's possible or what's indeed capable given the physical structures. So when we're thinking about the final frontier, I think it's not only reimagining world of the play in terms of making a theatrical space that is not only accessible but reflective of the diverse embodiments of the real world, but also the production process itself, asking at every step, not only are we casting in ways that are equitable, but are we also producing work that is doing more than just using disability as a metaphor? Are we producing work that is thinking about how the disability is diegetically driving the story, dramaturgically driving the story in a way that isn't a killer cure narrative or a sort of easy trope, what a lot of disability studies scholars call a super crip, right? Someone who is, extraordinarily disabled, but at the same time, the heart of the story, like a Tiny Tim kind of character. So it's thinking not only in terms of material production, but also making sure that we're providing content for production that is helping codify to the audience that these are significant and meaningful changes.
Because for those who are new to the subject watching, the goal, of course, is to have disabled people play disabled roles. The bigger goal is to have disabled people play not disabled roles, right, everybody? Yeah, and John, you just had an incredible experience of that. Do you want to share what happened on New Amsterdam and how you came to create that?
Yes. So first, I want to give a shout out to a wonderful casting director named David Cap, which is short for Capillariatis. He has been working for making casting inclusive for everyone, including people with disability. He has been pushing that boundary, I feel. And so I have been quite fortunate to have the opportunity to work with him on different projects. For example, he was working on King Lear when it was done on Broadway. And so he has brought me into the casting room several times, and we've always had good conversations about why a doctor can't be portrayed by a deaf actor, because out in the real world, we do have teachers who are deaf, doctors who are deaf. A lot of people out there have disabilities in different professions. So I really thank David because of all of those good discussions. And of course, there are always questions that are arising when they think about that. If we bring a deaf character into this world, what is that going to look like? How will the other senior writers deal with this? Do they know sign? It's all part of the conversation. And again, I think it's our responsibility to educate them, not just to say that the person has to know sign, but to think about a lot of options of how we communicate. We communicate using speech to text or texting or paper and pad in the real world. So there's so many ways we can encourage people to change their thinking about that. So he brought me into the room. I was cast. And one moment I want to talk about on the set, the director of that episode was Michael Slovis. And he was the on-set director, and I remember when I first met him, we started talking about how would I communicate with the actors who have been on the show for a long time, and I am a colleague now, and so would they know some signs? And the best thing I've ever heard someone say, he said, if you want to use sign yourself, just use it. You don't have to have a reason behind it. The beauty of that simple statement, that I don't have to have a reason for what I do. I don't have to explain what it is I do and what would happen if I was a doctor there who was deaf. So it was a great experience, and I do believe this kind of thing is going to continue. And I think when we speak up, not only for ourselves, it helps our community. Because as Natasha was just said, we want to keep building diversity. We want more people that are people of color with disabilities. We have all of our own people that support us, and then to bring in people like Gail, who are advocates, is wonderful, and I'm grateful for all of that.
Isn't this great? Oh, my heart. Gail, you said your goal is to change perceptions one character at a time. And I want to get a tattoo. It's just my favorite thing. What do you think the biggest barrier is for you as an agent to create that change?
That change. It's people who are not people who are fearful. I think there's a fear of new, there's the fear of unknown, and I think every time we create one character, we create known to that many more people. So I think that people in our industry are watching what we're creating. For instance, when Natasha was on The Politician as a school principal, that was a lovely opportunity. That was a speaking role that we just went in and said, hey, what about Natasha? And they went for that. And with New Amsterdam, which is where John worked with David Kapp, when at Series Fest, I was able to talk with the two executive producers. And I said to them, I hope you'll consider my clients for professionals and not just for patients on your show. I said, I have a vivid memory as a 15-year-old of my little sister sliding on a box and putting her teeth through her upper lip. And we went to the emergency hospital, and everyone just kept saying to my mother, we have to wait for this plastic surgeon because he's going to be the best. And this guy walked in, he was a little person with hip dysplasia. And when he walked in, I saw my mother's face, because she thought Dr. Kildare or Ben Casey was coming to take care of her baby. And I remember he stood up on a stool over my sister's face, offered her a bite of his sweet roll, which he was munching on as he came in the door. And he won my mother over. And he did the best work for my sister that anyone could have done. And my mother suggested this plastic surgeon to every friend that ever needed one after that. And that experience stuck in my head. And I shared it with the producers of New Amsterdam early on. And we've had, I would say five to seven people who recur on that show regularly, one being a little person who's in Yarda. So, it's all sharing our voices when we can and educating, like I said, one character at a time so that character, creates 10 more characters maybe, or 10 more opportunities for characters. And then specifically theater, as we're talking about here today. I mean, John was the first deaf hunchback in theater, which was amazing. And that was quite a journey. Mickey Rowe was the first autistic Christopher in Curious Incident of the Dog in the Night. But then the things that really excite me are things like Sandra Mae Frank, who'd been the lead in Spring Awakening, Deaf West Spring Awakening on Broadway. She went to Oklahoma Lyric Theater, I think that's the name. They thought, what if we took What if we took Fiddler on the Roof and we made Hoddle, the middle sister, who goes away to Siberia with the radical young man? What if we made them deaf? What if Hoddle not only decided to leave her family because she loved this man, but because they had a shared culture? And in the show, that moment when she signs as the song "Far from the Home I Know," I mean, there's not a dry eye in the house because you understand the passion behind Hoddle so much more than you did before. And the very cool thing they did is whenever Hoddle was in the house, they used ASL. Other than that, it was a spoken play. But in the wedding scene, when they sang Sunrise, Sunset, one chorus was totally silent, all in ASL. You don't think this changed the ideas and the understanding of deafness for the community that saw this every show? I mean, these are the things that just really excite me and make me happy.
Isn't that what theater's supposed to do? Aren't we supposed to be showing people how different ways to navigate the world? Isn't that the way it's supposed to go? You know, Natasha, you are the first Black deaf woman to play a character for Marvel, and we're so excited for you.
Thank you.
Please tell us the kind of trials and tribulations of that journey.
Oh, I mean, I honestly had no idea it was going to blow up like this. I had no idea what was going to become of it at all. This experience itself was beautiful. It was awesome because I had a great team at Insomniac Games. It was very open-minded, very willing to work with me. And the stories from a deaf person, and, you know, it's not really about being deaf exactly. That character's name is Haley. Sorry, clarifying. Haley Cooper, thank you. Haley Cooper was the character's name. And she's an artist. She was working with art and, you know, to save her community. She was an advocate for the people and kind of rebelling for the people also. And she's told her story through art, and that's it. It's not about being deaf at all. So that was really the beautiful thing about the story there is, you know, her journey through, you know, fighting with, you know, Spider-Man and meeting Spider-Man. And, you know, I was really inspired by that. It was awesome. She's a teenage girl too. Excuse me. So really seeing that on Spider-Man, you know, she's just human. She's just a human, you know, girl, and, you know, it's great. And, you know, it's really great seeing that and really inspiring, and it's really making waves in our community, especially our Black and brown communities, because, you know, it's really excellent to see that kind of representation, and people were still to see themselves on the screen. So, oh my God, I never thought that I would see something like that, you know, in my time. So it's really, and some people thought that they would never see something like that in their time. So the progress of what we're making is really excellent. And that's where we really need, as disabled people, we really need to be seen and be heard, and just be seen and heard as human. So, you know, that's a really important thing that we need to focus on today. And disabled people need to be on the stage, on TV, in games, and more people like, you know, like in Marvel, like for example, with what they did in Marvel, like we need to have more characters like that. So, and really, like what Gail was saying, I really, you know, support that. And I'm just really thrilled to have had this opportunity. And I'm really honored to have this opportunity to be a part of that.
We're all so excited for you. It's just so great. So great. Prince, you've done some wonderful film work recently, but you started as a theater actor.
Right.
So do you think, what are your thoughts about, is the lack of disabled representation related to the lack of disabled talent, trained talent, as Gail kind of talked to at the beginning about, like, is there a dearth because there's no role modeling? Do you know what I mean? So what
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, just like Natasha also was saying, it's also about representation. Not being able to see yourself is, how else can you get inspired if you don't feel like you can be on stage or on screen? Sometimes you need to see people like yourself to really believe in that, right? And I think about being in theater school, and I wonder how many students or how many people will feel comfortable enough to go to theater school to get that training, and are teachers ready and willing to deal with that, and how accepting are they being? I went to a classical theater school as well, so there weren't any BIPOC, hardly anyone. I was like the only one there that graduated from that class. And I remember just having a horrible experience of like even the makeup tutorials, right? Because this person had no experience of how to deal with my skin, and it made me feel a bit outcasted. When you have things like that happen, yeah, it's a little disheartening, right? And it's hard to make people relate to that. So once people understand your story more and try to figure you out and be more inclusive, then you'll find you'll have all different types of performers on the stage and screen, eh? But also what I would like is to be able to play a role where you don't have to have an accident or disability defined. It's just a part of your story. It doesn't completely define you, right? And that's what really excites me. That's what I want to see more. And that's what I'm starting to experience more, where people are willing to challenge the story and say, we won't explain what happened or anything. Let them figure it out. Let them make up their own mind about it, right? Yeah. I like that change,
I sense a theme today. Everyone's sensing a theme. So exciting. Mr. Yates, over to you.
So I think similarly to Prince, one of the things that is so important to remember is thinking about not only modeling, but also changing those conversations and changing the material that students are actually functionally engaging with. I think that this speaks also to Gail's comment that we have to train people to be ready to ride the wave. In some cases, that's thinking about changing the needle for conversations for non-disabled actors performing disability. For example, in my classes, I describe this as disability simulations, which are not necessarily about performing the body like it actually is, but rather most of those individuals are experiencing sensory deprivation or a limitation of their own body, which then automatically puts disability in a negative frame rather than as a productive frame. In the deaf community, we call this deaf gain, right? You are gaining deafness rather than losing your hearing or experiencing hearing loss. And those are different attitudinal shifts. As we are thinking about how to also help model and train new actors, it's engagement with work. For example, Gray Theater's work, the work of writers like Katie O'Reilly, who are producing work by, for, and about disabled artists and helping students learn, partially through exposure, that there are artists who are capable of producing high quality content, high quality art that may not be considered mainstream because of its center around disability. By showing that this work is possible, by studying it, by engaging with it, by valuing it in our training programs, we're also setting students up to be able to produce it, to be able to cast those artists or select that work in a season selection committee. All of those types of ways that we might value disability in spaces that are not explicitly on stage themselves, but in all of the paratheatrical spaces as well.
John actually taught me about deaf gain, didn't you, John?
Yes, I remember that, David. Yes, I did.
Yeah,
deaf gain is such a positive, has so many positive parts to it.
Definitely.
And it's universal to this conversation, as Sam just said, that we need to think of disabilities as being a gain, as being something that's going to be, added as opposed to subtracted, because so often I think disability is seen as a less than as opposed to an addition. Like, that's the shift I hope to see. I can't believe we are almost out of time. I knew it would fly by. I want to leave space for any of you to share on the idea of exploitation, tokenism? When does this inclusion kind of cross a line into, oh, they're just using me to have able-bodied people feel better, right? That conversation. And how do you manage that? How do you navigate when it, yeah, anybody have thoughts on that? John?
Well, I can think about a time recently where a hearing actor might have taken a role that was written for a deaf actor, and we all would, our deaf actors, we would get together and try to think of how to have a positive conversation about that, whoever it is, so that they go forward and can think about why it doesn't work. The authenticity isn't present. I think it's really a question for we're all thinking about what is the best language use to educate people out there so that there is less of that tokenism and exploitation. It's a fight for good that we are all being mindful of. And I think there's some honest soul searching that has to take place with all of us. Natasha, do you want to add to this idea?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that the most important thing, what I see is a lack of communication. That seems to be the main thing. Like, if we don't have that type of conversation at all, there can really be a gap there. So I think out there, people are just afraid. You know, they're afraid, they don't know what to do. They feel taken aback, you know, they want to run away. But I think they have to understand that, you know, we're here together. And even though we're together, we're all progressing. And it's okay, you know, to feel nervous. It's okay to feel scared, you know, with people with disabilities. It's okay to have those hard conversations. And it's important that there's no right or wrong. You know, we're all here for you. We're not here to, you know, hurt you or anything, obviously. And it's about progressing those conversations of exploitation and not, you know, exploiting disabled person, and really focusing on, you know, how to include everyone, and everyone's watching. And, you know, just don't be afraid, you know, to talk. Don't be afraid to have those conversations. Like at the dinner table, you know, we can, you know, throw things out and have those conversations and share our experiences and share your thoughts as well. So, you know, that's just my thought.
You know, David, there's a little thing that comes up every now and then that I think changes things for us. Quite often when there's a minor character with the disability is their name. Wheels, Special Olympic athlete, deaf guy, that kind of thing. And so if I get down to negotiating for a client for this role, in my negotiations, I ask for a name for the character. I don't want a resume full of wheels guy, wheeler guy, you know, arm amputee, bloody stump. You know, I don't want those names for my characters on my clients on their resumes. I want them to have a name. I want them to have the dignity of the name of a human being, please.
I love that. Yes. Yes, like Crutchy and Newsies. Yeah. Well, friends, I would suggest to anyone watching that isn't following.
Also, John is saying, I just have to jump in here because in the history of Disney, when you think of Snow White, the seventh dwarf was named Deafy at some time. Did you know that? There is history there about that.
Didn't
and then they
know
decided
that.
to change that name. I thought that was so interesting to discover that is part of our past. So things like that, Gail, still have occurred and still do occur.
And they think Dopey was an improvement. You know, when you think of that character, it's
Mm-hmm. Well, I am so grateful. I feel like we've moved the needle. Every one of these conversations, I feel even if we inch forward, is an inch more forward than we've been at the top of this conversation. So I can't thank you all enough for being here. If you're not following these pioneers, please get them on social, because they are really blazing a trail, these guests of this meeting. So thank you all so much for your hard work. It takes energy to do this. So I am grateful on behalf of everyone watching, and wish you nothing but success as we continue to break down this fear. It's fear. I agree with everyone who spoke about that. So let's just start, continue to smash those walls down and do what we do. Thanks, everyone. And thank you to BroadwayCon for allowing us to have space to have this conversation. That's all for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Hamady. I am she, her pronouns. I'm a Middle Eastern actor, singer, writer, makeup artist, lover, and friend. I am thrilled to be moderating and joining this convo today, centering the pandemic pivot. We have some lovely panelists with us today. I'm going to go around and introduce everyone one by one. And everyone, as we go one by one, you can introduce your favorite Zoom beverage if you have one and you love one. Or you can just say it. Say whatever you want to say. Just say how you're doing today. Mine's an iced coffee with some oat milk. Okay. That's what I've got. So first we have the lovely Shakina Nafak from NBC's Connecting and Hulu's Difficult People. Hey, Shakina, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I think my favorite Zoom drink is probably just a little whiskey with a single ice cube, but it's early, so I'm not doing that now.
Okay. Love that. We have next Natasha Sinha. She's the Associate Artistic Director of Playwrights Horizons and co-founder of the Beehive Dramaturgy Studio. Hey, how you doing, Natasha?
Good. I'd also say a Boulevardier or a Manhattan that my partner makes to keep me from losing my mind during the pandemic would be my fave, but also we'll hold off on that until the next 8 meetings of the day.
Amazing. Next, we have Michael Kushner, who is the host of the popular podcast Dear Multi-Hyphenate, the creator of the Dressing Room Project, and the executive producer of the Emmy-nominated Indoor Boys. Hey, Michael.
Hey, hi everyone. I'm so honored to be in everyone's presence. This is amazing. Hi, BroadwayCon. So since I'm a COVID long hauler, I've noticed that like not drinking alcohol right now like is helping the healing process. I miss whiskey. I miss it so much. But I have been on a kombucha kick. It like is definitely helping, and it gives me that buzz. So kombucha.
I love that. Next, we have Justin Guarini, who is seen in American Idol's first season, as well as on Broadway and Wicked, Women on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown, In Transit, and more. He has a book coming out entitled Unshakable Confidence. Hey, Justin.
Hey, how are you today? Thank you very much for having me here. It's awesome. I, too, am just going to take it nice and easy, have a little bit of water today, and I'm excited for this conversation because the pivot is so vital to what it is that we all do, and I can't wait to get into it with you.
Very much agree on that. Next, we have Marla. Hi, Marla. You could see her in Beautiful, the Carole King musical. She's also the co-founder of Claim Our Space Now. How you doing, Marla?
I'm doing well. And in talking about the pivot to Claim Our Space Now, the drink that keeps me going as an activist, you know, that work is quite hard. And at the end of a long day of meetings, I have found that red wine with a splash of Casamigos really takes you there. Oh yeah, get into it.
Wow.
Wow.
It's the way.
Okay,
But
now
right
I'm
now,
crying.
it's coffee though for today.
Okay. So later, the wine.
Yes, later it's a must.
Okay, I will be trying that. And next we have Al Silber. You could have seen Al on Broadway in Fiddler on the Roof and Master Class. At the start of the pandemic, she was starring in Indecent at London's Menier Chocolate Factory in the West End. Al is also the author of books including After Anatevka and White Hot Greek Parade. Hey, Al.
Hi, Sarah. I'm so happy to be here in such esteemed company and such a great question. For me, the beverages vary, but it's important that there are several present. Like, you don't know, like, you know, what if this is an iced coffee moment? And then you're like, now I need water. You know what I mean? I like to have a variety. And my alcoholic shift of choice is very, very new to the pandemic, the pickle martini. Has anyone ever had that with pickle juice? And sometimes when you want to have it early, I was going to say, Shakina, if you ever want to have it early, my justification is it's noon somewhere.
Right, noon. That's all you need.
Yeah.
I love that. Wow. Welcome, everyone. I just wanted to take a breath to enter the space before we start this really very important conversation about the pandemic pivot, being artists, what it means to be an artist, and what it means to be malleable, flexible, and committed to the craft, and also committed to yourself as a human being, which makes us very versatile, dynamic people. So I really want to step into that. Thank you for being here. I really love looking at all these faces, and I'm very, very excited to hear about your personal human experience and what it's been like for you. So thank you for joining us today. I'm just gonna basically go around and chat a little bit about your life, what you've been doing, and I have a couple of questions for every single panelist here, and you can kind of go and bounce off of each other if you feel like doing so, and that's it. There's a lot of freedom, so we'll just get started with that if everyone feels good. Okay, so Shakina, let's start with you. That's where we started. All right. You had two. Okay. You had two beautiful projects during the pandemic. One, you filmed a network TV show called Connecting on ABC, and it was filmed in your apartment. And
NBC.
the second one, what?
Oh, NBC.
NBC.
Yes.
My apologies. On Connecting on NBC. And two, Chonburi International Hotel and Butterfly Club that you wrote and acted in. Can you talk about both the practical and spiritual pivot you had to experience during this pandemic?
Yeah. So, you know, I have this solo show called Manifest Pussy. And in the show, I say, manifesting pussy requires specificity. And it's so true that you have to set a clear intention for the work you want to do creatively, but you also have to stay flexible. So I had spent, you know, years praying, wishing, trying, auditioning to become a series regular on a network sitcom. It's like that was and still remains the big dream. But I didn't know that it would be a network sitcom that I'd be filming in my kitchen with my partner behind an iPhone. And likewise, I had been working for years on writing this play, Chambéry International Hotel and Butterfly Club, you know, doing readings and workshops in the city and at Williamstown, getting ready for the world premiere production. And then to find out that instead of like having this radical cast of 13 with 9 actors of trans experience in the bucolic mountains of Western Massachusetts, we would be in our closets scattered throughout New York City doing an audio play. So both of those things were absolute blessings, to have a job, to be making money, to be working and like having something to do, like waking up to put makeup on and hair on was like a real gift come the fall, when I was like ready to just crash into the quarantine malaise. But yeah, you know, it's like that, you know, that like expression, like if you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. It was that kind of thing, because I vowed, like when everything started, I was like, there are people who get through these moments and they come out on the other side thriving. And I'm just going to commit to being one of those people. I'm just putting that out here now, that like whatever happens, I will sustain and survive. My partner and I will get through it. Our dog will get through it. And of course, it has not been easy. And there's been loss in my family, and watched my friends experience all that hardship. But like staying true to the goal, you know, in your center, which is not like, I want to be a star, but is like, I want to create work that speaks to people in a time of need. Then, you know, how great that I was able to do that in a different way than expected, but still, you know, getting the message out and getting the stories out.
Thank you for that. That was lovely. It made me think of something else to ask you about that as well. Did you find there was a transition period for you emotionally, mentally, in understanding that that's how life was going to be? Or did you feel like one day it was like, okay, we do this now? How did you feel?
Well, Sarah, my life is all about transitions. And I just think that I was actually tweeting this the other day, like transitions are not linear things, you know? We sort of like ambiguously move forward and back and around and over and under. So even when you set a clear intention and set yourself toward a goal, whether that goal is like, I'm going to get out of bed and take a shower today, or that goal is like, I'm going to produce a network sitcom in my living room, you have to be open to, like, especially during this time, the emotional waves of not only your subconscious, but the collective subconscious that you're a part of right now, that we're all like kind of, I don't want to steal anyone's thunder, but I feel like we'll all probably talk at some point about the collective trauma that we're trying to work through. And that's not under your control. There are days when you just have to lay it down on the couch, you know, and it's okay to feel hopeless sometimes, as long as you can, like I said, stay attuned to that central focal point, you know, the like the candle that you have burning in your personal vigil that you're guarding from the wind. And as long as you can like stay in touch with that, you can take the bobs and weaves of the pandemic transition.
Beautifully said. Yes, that no expectations mentality opens up a lot of freedom for anything to be possible. So I love that. Does anyone want to jump in, have anything to add on that?
I'd say you weren't stealing. Ooh, kidding. Mm-hmm. Yep. Beautifully said. And I was going to say, you're not stealing anyone's thunder, because it's our collective thunder. We are all, and the louder that it roars, in terms of making change personally as a collective as well, that's what we need to move forward. So our thunder is ours to share.
I love that. Thank you for the reflection.
Our thunder is ours to share. That was beautiful. Okay. Al Silver. Hi. I love your beautiful red blazer. Firstly. What is the difference to you between pivoting and giving up? Do they go together? Are they separate? Can you speak about giving up, surrender, strategic disengagement, pivoting? Elaborate in whatever way you feel.
Love. I think this is something that this is a subject that I've been fascinated by pre-pandemic that I think everyone has awakened to inside the pandemic. I think much the way, I don't know if any of you overstand this next comment, where the entire world was like, I'm unemployed for an unknown period of time. And actors were like, welcome, like that sensation, right? But one of the things that I've been fascinated by for years and really tried to dive into is sort of four connected phrases that I think exist in two categories. So like, I'll say, I think a lot of the time when people talk about pivoting, particularly artists, I'll also include people with a very specific, passionate dream, whatever it may be. It's just that artists tend to sort of embody that at its peak, right? They talk about making it or giving up and sort of nothing in between, right? And not having any grace for any of the nuances of growing up, of life circumstances, of you changing or the world changing around you. And what I would say is, sometimes my partner is a very like movement physical person, and he always says these beautiful things about like, if you could move beyond describing it and simply use a physical gesture, isn't that brilliant? How would you manifest this? And I think this is a great example. I view giving up as a real collapsed gesture, right? There's a hopelessness in it. There's sometimes a cynicism in it, and a real anger that's covering pain of disappointment and grief. And it's very collapsed. And it's not a place, giving up is not a place where action and dreaming beyond can exist. And it's very tense. And by the way, if anyone has any other thoughts, I'd love to hear them. Whereas surrender, to me, is a very open gesture, right? There's this feeling that you are, maybe a lot of your actions are very similar, but there's something about it that comes from a place of peace and a place of lack of tension, and staying open to the possibilities of life without this previously rigorous dream, right? And then beyond those two concepts, right, which I think are sort of crucial, sort of no matter what you do, right? Because we all have to be able to surrender to life's realities. There's something deeper, which I think this entire panel is about, which is, what is the difference between, giving up, surrender, strategic disengagement, and pivoting? And to me, strategic disengagement and pivoting are very connected, but they're ever so slightly different. I think I would probably describe strategic disengagement as like after you have an epiphany, and what is an epiphany? It's often described as a visceral understanding of something you already knew. After you have an epiphany, like, wow, I don't want to be a performer, or wow, I don't want to live in New York, or wow, this person should not be my partner, whatever it is, peacefully walking away from something that you previously loved and felt committed to, not necessarily with a plan. And I feel like strategic disengagement is encapsulated by the phrase, well, I know what I don't want, which is really good data, right? And pivoting, which is like its twin cousin, if you will, like on the Patty Duke show, after a change of circumstances or reality, which can include an epiphany, peacefully turning your focus from something you previously loved and felt committed to something else you love and feel committed to, oftentimes with a plan. And I think that it's really important for us, again, my partner always says like gesture matters and body matters, but I also think that being able to name what a pivot is very empowering. And I think that those are, to me, the things that have really guided my life. And I try to stay curious about all four of those things and attempt to always like redefine them based on how the world changes or how I'm changing or any discoveries I make. Thank you.
Beautifully said, yeah. And I love the Patty Duke reference in there too, by the way.
Listen, I watch Nick at Night.
Yeah, it's impressive. I would say that, just to tag on to what you said, that expansion is not possible, pivoting is not possible, growth is not possible without surrender,
Amen. Without,
in essence, giving up. But when we think about giving up and surrender, it feels like we're losing something, which is what you spoke to, right? Whereas all the things that we've ever achieved and we've gotten, whether it's something with your body, something in your relationship, something in your spirituality, something in your business, comes from having to walk through the gate of death. Not physical death necessarily, but a death of sorts, a letting go of, a burning off of, a surrendering to something. And so, as you so beautifully put it, Al, like, if we can become comfortable with the idea of surrender, if we can become comfortable with the idea of a death in order to have life and new life. If you think of a forest, right? How many times has a forest burned down in order to then be reborn better, stronger, more trees, all that. And it's what we do in our business. And just the last thing I'll say is, yeah, that whole thing where everybody's unemployed and we're like, oh, we don't know what to do. It's like, we've been doing this for years. Like, come on, this is what we do. And so I feel like as artists, we are more prepared, whether we know it or not, for this kind of life and this kind of event. Because whether it's just like, I need a job, or this director just asked me to go this way in rehearsal, right? Like, that's what we do. And so if more artists could be more comfortable with the idea of surrender and of pivoting and of actually having to die to one's old self, one's old habits, one's old beliefs, then I think that the pivot would be such less of a scary thing.
I just want to affirm the concept of the lack of rigidity is part of what surrender is. And that I love that so much. And thank you for those beautiful new insights. That it's that one of the things I love that you described is that these deaths of our previous selves or previous concept of reality is natural. It is an important part of embracing what nature wants us to do, which is ever evolve.
What's BroadwayCon without a parallel? But I think of Surrender Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, and it's almost like the Wicked Witch of the West was imploring her to surrender, and then she would find her way back home, which is something that we do as artists constantly.
Yes, I feel like the reinvention of ourselves as artists, the letting go of ego, all of those things, the budding of new heads of flowers of ourselves is kind of what makes us amazing. Is that, like, sometimes, yeah, one bud does die and another bud blooms, and it's like we are ever blooming. And so that's sort of what makes us so versatile. And that kind of moves us into Marla Lusant. Really amazing and interesting work here. Marla, you and Dimitri Moise created Claim Our Space Now, whose mission is to create an intersectional space to educate, mobilize against systems that perpetuate white supremacy, with the affirmation that all Black lives matter. Their calls to action include diverse hiring practices, police accountability, and sex work decriminalization. How did you start COSP, and would you consider that a pivot? I'm so interested and really excited about this.
Yes. So Claim Our Space Now it started with a vision from my head in the midst of everything that was going on from April onwards. So starting with Ahmaud, things that obviously I'd seen before when, who had mentioned Epiphany? Was that you, Al? Yes. So like really seeing an epiphany for the first time through icons like Beyonce and Rihanna, people I had looked up to as artists who had used their art to really claim space for the Black community. I think of Beyonce and her Formation performance and how she claimed space and said, I'm going to claim space for Black women, I'm going to use Black Panthers very viscerally so that you can get the point that we are here to stay. My Black nose, my big old afro, like things like that. And I really saw the role of the artist in the revolution. And so that became part of my purpose. But in terms of how that spurred on into Claim Our Space Now, my mental health through the pandemic, or through figuring out what my reaction was to George Floyd specifically, seeing a man that looks very much like my father under Derek Chauvin's knee. It was well documented on my stories on Instagram because I am very open about where I'm at. And in ideating, I was saying for weeks at the time that there needs to be a more active approach in the way that we fight against white supremacy, because throwing up hashtags is not going to cut it. Did it cut it in the 70s? Did it cut it? There were no hashtags to do that. Like, I think of how the movements that have come and gone were lacking intersectionality. White feminism, who was missing at the table? Black women, Black trans women. Why wasn't it? That's why we keep on getting into these cycles of no movement forward. And so I brought this huge idea of a vision for a space where we can galvanize and get all the resources centralized, because I should also say, I'm a computer, or was, it's fresh. I just graduated from computer science at Fordham University in December of 2020. So like I was in school through all of this. And in ideating for a website, a resource that we can truly put all of the different resources that were spiraling on social media. You would probably remember national resource lists being tossed around and shared via like Twitter and all kinds of spaces. And I thought that, yes, it's overwhelming. And if we want this movement to persist and people not to check out beyond the summer, we need to make it organized. We need to make it a space where it feels safe for more than just Black people to fight for our rights, because we've seen that before and it's not going to happen again. And I was like, with my education from Fordham, I was like, yeah, there's no way that I'm going to see this in my lifetime perpetuate again. So we really have to get everybody from whatever background it is in health, because white supremacy has so many different heads of a dragon, like the, so in health, real estate, law, all different spaces that we can really get experts in the room and talk about ways that we can make actionable steps to dismantle white supremacy and save all Black lives. And so I brought this giant vision to Dimitri, who has, we went on tour together in Beautiful. And before the pandemic closed everything, we were in the Visitor together at the Public in rehearsal. So it was fresh. I was like, all right, I know that he has experience organizing because he's an HIV advocate and has done this work before, brought the vision, and a cute little collective, or you want a full-blown nonprofit? And I was like, well, I'm trying to make some change. So nonprofit it is, honey, so let's go. And we've been working ever since. I organized, like made a call out on Instagram, and people in my direct network from the different parts of my life, the different pivots, I guess, because modeling from Fordham, from musical theater, all jumped into my DMs and organized from Instagram DMs from my iPhone. And then we got a Slack. I made a whole bunch of graphics to really make it digestible, to make sure that the vision was clarified, and people jumped in as volunteers. Ever since then, we've been doing a lot of civic engagement. So we're gonna actually relaunch our Claim the Vote initiative. We did a Pride rally, which Michael was there for and photographed, got a very iconic photograph of like 4 different intersections of women, Black trans women, immigrant women, I am an immigrant from Haiti. So like a lot of different groups of people that showed up to our Pride rally in support of our Black trans siblings. So a lot of work since then. Did I have any idea how fast things would have moved? Nope. But like that surrender, I was like, honey, I want to do something. I know that we all have a role in this fight, and I want to make it as easy as possible for everybody to engage, because we should not have waited for what we now know is 9 minutes and however long. We don't even need to sit in that. But it shouldn't have waited that long. But I'm glad that it was an awakening for many, many people worldwide. And we have to keep the revolution going. So I'm sitting into my purpose as an artist in all the different disciplines, to make the revolution irresistible any way that I can.
Thank you.
Beautifully put. I think that's a lot of, I know a lot of artists and a lot of artists of color right now are feeling that extreme internal pulse to continue their activism alongside of their artistry, and that it's no longer something that they can put away and hide when they're in the room. And now it is something that lives alongside of their artistry. And I think that is something that has really shown itself in this pandemic time, is that now when I walk into a room, you're getting an artist and you're also getting the activist. And I'm no longer going to hold my tongue, and wait till I get out of the rehearsal room. It's like, if we're going to be artists that are actually going to be making change, and we are revolutionary as well, then we all have to show up as activists in the room too. So it's like, now is the time, and there's no better time than right now. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing. I commend you. I'm with you. And so I'm really thrilled to hear all of that. Anyone want
I'm
to
looking
jump
forward to bring. Oh, yeah. I was just going to say I'm looking forward to bring that into the room whenever we are back, because there is a lot of work that has to be done in the Broadway community, from top to bottom. And what I've shared is that I'm going to bring my voice as openly and freely, because what what they have kind of pushed us into a corner without us realizing to this day, into submitting, giving up. And I think that now that those days are over, the curtain is wide open. And it looks like Shakina unmuted, so I'll let you go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say in regards to what Sarah had contributed just now, that you know, I think what's so beautiful about what you're doing in your work, Marla, and what I think all of us are kind of speaking to in different ways so far, is that there's so much talk in our industry, the Broadway side of our industry, about like, what's your brand, like what are you bringing, like what's your you know, and that's great. Like as an artist, you need it, but when you can really take the things that you are at a core level passionate about, in regards to social change, and make that activism part of your brand, like literally inseparable from who you are as an artist, then the people who you're working with, they know what they're getting up front, and you don't have to, you know, hide or apologize for caring about things beyond the artistic work. I had a really incredible experience with NBC, where they pushed one of our episodes back to give Donald Trump a town hall when he had refused to do the debate with Biden. And I like tweeted something like, shame on NBC, which, like, as you know, a cast member of a new show, you think would be like a really dangerous thing to do. And maybe it was, but I was like, they know who Shakina is.
You
like,
are.
I don't keep my mouth shut about these things. And it actually spurred like a huge letter from like all top level creatives at NBC. So yeah, just like the more that we can own the things that we stand for, in the ways we represent ourselves in day-to-day life, and like carry that with us, the more freedom we have in the room to talk and speak up for ourselves and the communities that we care about and represent.
My dad had actually, because one of the things that even launched me further very early on in the ideation for Claim Our Space Now, was seeing that Nederlander had made however many thousands of dollars of donations to Donald Trump. And I was a former Jimmy Award winner in 2015. So I was like, I'm just, oh yeah. And I was like, this disturbs me in a way, like I feel, and I've performed in some of his houses across the country, and beautiful. So it felt like a personal responsibility to me to like say something. I was immensely hurt. And I was able to draw up a petition calling on him and the Broadway League to make a commitment to at least donating to, not Claim Our Space Now, but to Black Lives Matter, and making a statement to hold accountability. And I got all the Jimmy Award, like that was my first kind of bit of organizing. And my dad was telling me like, do you really want to poke the bear? I was like, Dad, this matters to me. This impacts me, and the troves of Black and brown students that they tend to lean on to really push the Jimmy Awards brand. You think of Eva Nobazada, you think of Jalen Josie, like we are a troupe of people that have been able to push the Jimmy Award brand forward. And it didn't make sense for me to sit and take it. And with that, oh yes, 10 minutes, oh gosh. I'm gonna stop, but point is, we're speaking with our full chest.
I know we only have a few minutes, 10 minutes left, and I really just want to add in, I hope that everyone who is watching this and listening to this now, especially with the things, taking nothing away from anybody else, but the things that Marla and Shakina are saying, is that the undercurrent, one of the undercurrents here, is that polarity is okay. Remember, there is no profit in neutrality. Just trying to make it get along, and just, you know, all of that. There's no profit in neutrality. Profit in terms of this, profit in terms of getting a message across, profit in PROPHET, as in prophecy. There is no profit in neutrality. You want people to say, yes, I am with you, or hell no, I don't want to be anywhere near you. That is currency in today's market. And so, Marla, Shakina, everyone here, the reason why we've had the successes we've had, the reason why we've been able to get our message across, is because we were willing to say, this is what I stand for, I shall not be moved. You're either with me or you're not with me. And so I hope that that in terms of activism, in terms of the energy that's coming up, especially in people who are just getting out of school or people who are trying to figure out what their brand is, as Shakina was talking about. The message is, please remember that, because that will serve you so much, not only now, but in the long run as well.
I'd like to just add also that the phrase, we talk a lot about zero tolerance, which again is sometimes very useful rigidity. But another important concept is zero indifference, which is another stance, and it's a supporter of and works with zero tolerance. But if you can get people to get out of their place of don't poke the bear to a zero indifference stance, small sometimes, but very crucial thawings and understandings and actions can take place.
Beautifully said. That is very true. We need to get out of that. And if each person holds themselves accountable to that, it is easier for everyone to jump on board. Natasha, I'd like to move along to you. You were named Associate Artistic Director of Playwrights Horizon, and you are the co-founder of Beehive Dramaturgy Studio. During this time, you were not only responsible for the pivot of yourself, but the pivot of 2 companies and the careers and livelihoods of a multitude of artists. What was that experience?
Yeah, this past year has been a lot. What I find so fascinating and upsetting and beautiful all at once is that there's so much that's shared and also so much that really intensely varies from one person's experience of the pandemic to another's. And so for me, honestly, keeping overall vision front and center, which is something that I think in some ways I've just had since I have always been a person, and in other ways has like completely evolved through this pandemic. In a lot of ways. So keeping that front and center, and also my positionality. And that's something that I've been thinking about a lot during the pandemic, is like really where am I located in the landscape of theater and the landscape of America and the landscape of what these movements are that are happening, and what can I specifically do versus broadly talking about what I care about, because I feel like I've been doing that my whole life and it doesn't get far enough, or not far enough for me to be happy with it. So so I think, as someone who has worked off Broadway in like a mainstream theater space that does usually new work, but also I have a dramaturgy collective, which is like a small organization that does work that I feel like tries to fill in the gaps between large organizations and freelance work, and then also freelance work I do. So like really figuring out which hat am I wearing, and where am I, and what is this space known for, and how do you push the envelope in this space so that all of these spaces are being pushed to a different, part of their evolution. And then how do you build bridges between all of these and really work together? Because a lot of this is really about working together in ways that still maintain multiplicity. I think there's a lot of conversation about solidarity in a way that I fully enormously believe in. And then artistically speaking, I'm like, okay, what I find really fascinating is how do we do that while also knowing that there's lots of different kinds of stories and storytellers and kinds of storytelling. And I want to be a producer and a dramaturg who's really supporting the space for different kinds of artists, so that it really gets pushed forward in terms of like, really every artist from any historically oppressed community in the American theater, which is like many, many people. How do we support each of these people in different ways, so that so that everything is just like much richer and more interesting than it has been before, which is very possible. It's really just a philosophical shift and a shift in like budget priorities. It's very boring, actually. I think a lot of this is actually very boring in terms of how it can actually be done. And that's what frustrates me the most sometimes, because I'm like, everyone's saying it in such eloquent ways and finding new ways to make this so obvious. But at the end of the day, it's really just like, do you care about this? Just find a way to make it happen. And name the things that are difficult because of the country we're in, because of capitalist systems, because of systemic racism, because of all of these things that need to be taken down. And that is like an overlapping struggle. But there's some things that can still be done purely by just changing your mind, by just moving the resources around, by prioritizing and making very clear to whoever is in your network, this is what is important to me. But I will say, I do also believe that some of this is genuinely like a government thing. It's like we're in America and the government does not support us enough. Like artists are not valued in the ways that we should be. I say we, but also I always sort of, as dramaturg, I feel like I wear artist hat. As producer, I'm like, I just want to help everyone. But for me, like a big pivot in this pandemic was starting Amplifying Activists Together, which is this weekly series where everyone gathers for an hour over Zoom and we follow on the ground progressive and radical activists in amplifying movements that are happening in New York State specifically. For example, there are workers in this state who got not a cent of pandemic relief, mostly undocumented workers, of course, and Black and brown folks. That didn't happen for the entire pandemic until this week. We actually had this huge win because of Make the Road New York and some of the organizations that are doing this on the ground work. And that is like so healing and exciting to know that we can just plug in for an hour a week. Honestly, that's all it takes. It's really not that much more flashy than just making calls and sending emails for an hour a week and following the people who know what they're doing. And then channeling a lot of this, infusing all of this into our art and finding ways to introduce questions and mystery and all the stuff that I think we love art for. So for me, the pivot has been like a bunch of different pivots in different parts of the landscape, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. That is very true. And the symbiotic relationship between that side, one side of the table and the other side of the table, it's a necessary thing, and we have to make that a priority. Michael, we're going to round it out with, you have a podcast called Dear Multi-Hyphenate, and you say multi-hyphenating saved your life during the pandemic. What do you mean by that? What is a multi-hyphenate?
Yeah, I just want to also say I'm in awe of everyone. Like, I'm so happy to have gone last, because listening to you all, I'm just like, this is your stories, your points of views are all so incredible, and I'm so honored to be in all of your presences. Like, truthfully, I'm like jaw on the floor, gobsmacked. So yes, I say a multi-hyphenate, and I have a podcast about this. So if you want to know more, and if these panelists haven't been on my podcast already, they're going to be. So, check in. But a multi-hyphenate is an artist who has multiple proficiencies that cross-pollinate to help flourish professional capabilities. So that means like my hyphens are photographer, producer, writer, performer, and podcaster, and they all will help each other exist. My income with my photography helps me produce projects that I can be in or I'm passionate about. I then write about them or talk about it on my podcast, and that audience then comes into my studio and give me money so I can produce more projects. That's multi-hyphenation. But why it saved my life. I'm a COVID long hauler. I had COVID in March, and I didn't realize how it left me. And we're talking about a lot of the time in this panel, we're talking about purpose. We're talking about drive. I call it the why. And my why, when I realized what it was, which is I produce non-quotidian artistry that benefits the world around me. When I realized really what it was, I was able to cut the fat of things that I wasn't worried about anymore. Artistic relationships that were weighing me down, jobs I was taking that were weighing me down just because the money was good. No more. And Al is everyone on this panel are huge inspirations for me for helping me make those decisions. Al, we had a very specific conversation, of that artists are allowed to have agency. And it starts with understanding who we are and the stories and our points of views and what we're actually fighting for. And I, in this time as a white person, really had to check my privilege and understand when it was time to lead, when it was time to sit back and listen, when it was time to, stop performative activism, stop relying on social media to do my activism, but show up. Actually walk out and do and donate. And that's my pivot. That was my personal pivot. And it started with my why and my multi-hyphenating point of view of that. Each proficiency I have is going to reflect my why, which will make me a better human, which will make me a better artist, which will make me a better activist. And that's how it saved my life. It also healed me, because having to having something to focus on, that having that focus, raising the stakes that much, put me out of my body and took me out of my head, and I began to heal. So that's how it saved my life.
Lovely, gorgeous. Thank you for that, Michael. And
thank you.
Night meeting also saved my life, so I'm with you on that. We do have one more. We're going to run a couple minutes over. I'm so sorry, but everyone's just going to love it anyway. Justin, you're writing a book called Unshakable Confidence, which in itself is a pivot, a bloom. Can you leave us with really, what does it take to approach a pivot, and what makes that a beautiful thing for everyone?
That's a lovely question. Thank you for asking it. I'll leave you with this. When I talk about confidence, what does confidence really mean? Well, some of the myths around confidence are either you're born with it or you're not. You have it or you don't. You need a degree, or you need a lot of money, or letters after your name in order to have confidence. And it's just not true. Confidence is a skill, just like riding a bike, just like tying your shoelaces, just like chewing gum without swallowing it. It's a skill that you can learn and that you got to fall down a bunch of times to do, but eventually you get it, and it's something you build over life. And so what does confidence mean? If we look at the English root word of confidence, it's confide. What does confide mean? To trust. That's why we tell our secrets to a confidant, right? But when we don't confide in self, when we don't confide in ourselves, aka have confidence, aka trust in ourselves, then if we take this concept, and please, if you hear nothing else that I've said, hear this. When you realize that people don't see you through their eyes, they see you through your eyes, you'll realize that when you don't have confidence, you are literally telling everyone you meet that they cannot trust you. Say that again. When you recognize that people see you not through their eyes, but through your eyes, when you don't have confidence, aka when you don't trust in yourself, you are literally telling everyone you meet that they can't trust you. So when you walk into an audition room and you don't have confidence, you're literally telling the people on the other side of the table, please don't hire me. Don't trust me. When you're trying to develop an intimate relationship with someone, and you don't have confidence, you're literally telling that person, yeah, you can't trust me. When you're trying to do business with someone, when you're trying to make a pivot and you don't have confidence, aka trusting yourself, you're telling not only the people you're trying to serve, but you're telling the people in right there in front of you that you can't trust me to do business with me. So it is so vitally important that we trust ourselves. And I'll leave you with this. The thing that I talk about when I talk about unshakable confidence, unshakable core confidence, is developing 4 key skills and applying those 4 key skills to the 4 key areas of life. The 4 key skills are clarity, commitment, creativity, and certainty. And then when we take those and we apply them to our bodies, our spirituality, whatever that means for you, our relationships with our significant other, our children, our families. And when we apply it to our business, making money, keeping money, serving, then we begin the foundation of, create the foundation that we can build a sustainable life, a sustainable business, a sustainable relationship, a sustainable body that we can then use to do what it is that we love to do and what we all do, which is express ourselves. We've been given a gift, the gift of expression. And it is this beautiful thing that allows us to constantly, we make pivots all the time. It's what we do as artists, my God, right? And so when we really do it and we trust ourselves, aka we have confidence, then the pivot is not the challenge. Pivot's easy. The challenge is, like so many people alluded here too, is to let go and to surrender. To have a vision, which we're creative people, it's easy enough to do, but to surrender the belief systems. What do you want to call it? Capitalism? You want to call it misogyny? You want to call it racism? Those are all symptoms of a larger problem. Those are symptoms of a belief system that we've been indoctrinated with media and all the crap that we put into ourselves. And so when we can begin to surrender those things, educate ourselves, attend wonderful panels like this with people who legitimately want to serve at the highest level, like everyone here does. And we begin to educate ourselves and we begin to learn to trust ourselves. Then the pivot's the easy part. That's the easy part. It's just then creating in those empty spaces where we have let go of those beliefs, where we have let go of all those things people have told us that we are or we should be or we shouldn't be. The fun part then becomes filling that space with new ideas, better ideas, beliefs that allow us to serve at a higher level and that ultimately build that foundation of trust in ourselves, trust in one another, trust in our community. And that to me is what confidence is and how confidence can help you make the pivot that you know you can make and that you deserve to make so that you can have the things that you deserve to have in your life.
Come on, rhetorical skills. If you need advanced readers for your book, I would love to read your book. I can't wait. It sounds great.
Thank you. It's coming. It's coming soon. And I absolutely am so honored to have been on a panel with each and every one of you. This has been such a wonderful experience for me.
Same. Beautifully said. Thank you. I feel like everyone has really hit here that the pandemic has given us an avenue to find our most authentic selves. And really as artists, that is the ultimate goal, is to be the most authentic version of yourself, to share it with the world and make real change. So thank each of you for attending, being here, bringing your energy and your spirit and your mind. And we really appreciate all of that. It was really beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for moderating for us, and you're all amazing. Love you all.
Much love.
Great group.
Hey there, I'm Mike. You just discovered the Harmony Helper app, a singer's best friend. Harmony Helper teaches you how to develop the skills necessary to harmonize with the latest technology available. Whether you're planning to star on Broadway, sing in your local chorus, or just rock out with friends for fun, you came to the right place. The Harmony Helper app uses amazing new technology that allows you to scan any piece of sheet music in your library by simply taking a photo of it with your smartphone. The app then maps out the different voice parts and accompaniment, transforming your sheet music into a custom rehearsal tool with audio controls. The Harmony Helper app converts each line of your sheet music to audio and allows you to control the playback volume for each voice part. You can play just your line or add other voice parts at your own pace. Our custom real-time feedback tool tells you if you're singing the part correctly, and you are on your way to mastering harmony. The Harmony Helper app allows you to harmonize anywhere, at any time, with patented technology that brings the rehearsal room into the palm of your hand. Join an amazing community of singers around the world by downloading the Harmony Helper app today and take your skills to the next level. Harmony Helper is available for Apple and Android devices. So what are you waiting for? Go get it! This is Mike, signing off. Hey there, I'm Mike. You just discovered the Harmony Helper app, a singer's best friend. Harmony Helper teaches you how to develop the skills necessary to harmonize with the latest technology available. Whether you're planning to star on Broadway, sing in your local chorus, or just rock out with friends for fun, you came to the right place. The Harmony Helper app uses amazing new technology that allows you to scan any piece of sheet music in your library by simply taking a photo of it with your smartphone. The app then maps out the different voice parts and accompaniment, transforming your sheet music into a custom rehearsal tool with audio controls. The Harmony Helper app converts each line of your sheet music to audio and allows you to control the playback volume for each voice part. You can play just your line or add other voice parts at your own pace. Our custom real-time feedback tool tells you if you're singing the part correctly. And you are on your way to mastering harmony. The Harmony Helper app allows you to harmonize anywhere, at any time, with patented technology that brings the rehearsal room into the palm of your hand. Join an amazing community of singers around the world by downloading the Harmony Helper app today and take your skills to the next level. Harmony Helper is available for Apple and Android devices. So what are you waiting for? Go get it! This is Mike, signing off.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to How Training Shaped My Career. On behalf of BroadwayCon, I'd like to issue a trigger warning should we discuss any of the following topics: depictions of racism, homophobia, and abuse in the workplace or educational system. Everyone on the panel introduce themselves to our viewers. Please, anyone, feel free to start.
I'm Anthony Rapp. I'm co-founder of BroadwayCon. Melissa and Ellie and I have been friends for about 25 years or so, and she sort of dreamed it up one night while we were watching the Tonys, the notion that this might be something that we could do. And then thank you to all of the people in the theater community who've made it such a wonderful reality for the past several years. I'm currently doing this from Toronto, Ontario, where I'm in the middle of shooting season 4 of Star Trek Discovery, and I hope that in my off season I get to do some more theater when theater opens again. So that's me.
And my name is Tanya Pinkins, and I've been doing theater or some form of art for almost 50 years. I just made my first feature film, which is called Red Pill, which has been playing festivals all over. It's a socio-political horror film. And I also just finished shooting down in Mississippi for 3 months, a new ABC anthology series called Women of the Movement, and it is the story of Mamie Till and the murder of Emmett Till, and I play his grandmother.
And I'm Andrew Gorin. I have always been a theater fan and a theater kid. I did a lot of performing growing up from a young age, but then a couple years ago, I started a company called Harmony Helper, and I'm the founder and CEO of that.
Amazing. See, this is why I'm so glad that you guys introduced yourselves, because the whole time I would be like listing all of your wonderful accolades and being like, so I'm a really big fan of this and I love this, and actually love Harmony Helper as well, because my podcast, Tell Me on a Sunday, is a sponsor, is with Harmony Helper. So I'm a big fan of everybody. So this is great. I'll start with you, Andrew. What type of training have you had? I saw you attended Drexel University. Could you tell us about any and all training that you've had in your respective field? That can be college, conservatory, private coachings, or all of the above.
Yeah, so it sort of all started out in an elementary school production that I did. And my teacher said, you need to look at the Walnut Street Theater's education program. And I did Camp Walnut there. And I, from a young age, I started to get involved in a lot of the local Philadelphia theater scene education programs. So Camp Walnut, Teen Arden at the Arden Theater is a fantastic, at least when I was there, was an entirely free program for teenagers in Philadelphia and New Jersey. Absolutely fantastic. And then one of the last sort of programs that I did was the Paper Mill Playhouse's Summer Conservatory. I did that in 2015, 2016. And then we actually beta tested Harmony Helper there in 2017. From a private standpoint, a mentor and close teacher, close friend is Rob McClure. I met him through the Art and Theater's Teen Arden program, actually, and then he became a mentor to me and then ended up becoming artistic advisor at Harmony Helper. I also have some formal vocal training as well, with my voice coach, Robert Edwin, who was on a panel that I hosted last year at BroadwayCon. And he also works on Harmony Helper with us as well. And then I got to do some training at Drexel as well, but then I went on a leave of absence to work on Harmony Helper full time.
Yeah, I feel like leaving at the very beginning is going to be a continued theme with our panelists. But yeah, so thank you so much for that, Andrew. Was the education that you had there at all helpful with the development of Harmony Helper, or was that something that you just started researching on your own?
In general, with everything, or Drexel specifically?
Literally any of your training. It can include Drexel if that was like the last thing that you were doing right beforehand, or any of the other stuff.
All of my training has played a huge part in Harmony Helper and business and entrepreneurship in general. From the Harmony Helper standpoint, literally understanding the problems that singers and our users have that a lot of that comes from training, and also seeing how other people train. In fact, I still have my Thursday Zoom voice lessons at 1 p.m. with Robert Edwin, because not only does it fuel the artistic side of me, it also fuels the business side of me. From the other side of things as well, I feel, and I could go on forever about this, I feel that the skills that you learn as an artist, or even behind the scenes in the performing arts, are extremely valuable and reach way beyond actual performing. I feel like artists make very valuable assets to companies and to entrepreneurship in general.
Yeah, I literally couldn't agree with you more. So Ms. Tanya Pinkins, could you tell us about any and all of your training that you've had as well?
Another thing, yeah. I think I'm always training. I think I'll be learning until they put me in the mushroom tree building thing. I think my first training was when I was about 2 or 3. My mother started me with just etiquette and learning how to enunciate and articulate. My first theater training, I was about 8 or 9. It was a little theater company downtown Chicago. And then I had some voice lessons after that. And then in elementary school, I had a teacher who did very elaborate theater programs. So I got to play Golda and Huddle in Fiddler on the Roof. I got to play Anna in The King and I got to play Annie in The Miracle Worker in elementary school. And then I went to Whitney Young High School, where I got to do Eileen. So this is training. You know, these are schools where you're working on learning, you're learning the skills and you're doing the show. I started studying professionally when I was 15 at the St. Nicholas Theater Company. They were developing their Meisner technique. So William H. Macy was my first teacher, and Stephen Schachter. And then in the summer, I was at the Goodman Young People's Training Program. And through that, I ended up auditioning and doing my first play that went to the Kennedy Center while I was in high school. And so I did St. Nicholas all through high school. I then went to Carnegie Mellon and did their musical theater program for a year. And then I booked Merrily We Roll Along over my freshman year at Carnegie, came out of there, studied with Herbert Berghoff, studied with Stella Adler, studied with Warren Robertson, did the 2-year program with Bill Esper, studied with Larry Moss in LA, have studied with Tim Phillips, Amy Jo Berman, Stuart K. Robertson. Those don't even include my vocal teachers, you know, in the midst of all of that. And yeah, and I feel like I'm always learning when I'm being directed, like being in the room with really smart people and actors. I learn from all of them. So I'm always always learning. Always looking to learn more. I feel like my training, people used to tell me I was talented, and that was scary because I'm like, what's that? Like, I don't know how to rely on that. Like, that's like some ineffable thing. And training gave me some skills and tools that I could rely on in case that talent thing didn't show up one day.
I think for you, it will always show up. I also love good shout outs to Chicago because I think some of the best theater comes out of Chicago for sure. Mr. Anthony Rapp, you are similar to Ms. Tanya, where you briefly attended a very popular institution. Could you tell us a little bit about that? And then, of course, all of the training before and after that you participated in.
Well, I went to NYU Film School just for one semester because I've been acting since I was 6 years old. Very similar to Tanya, started out doing community theater and in and around Chicago mostly, where I grew up outside Chicago. And so I didn't really have a formal acting class really until I went to Interlochen. It was then called National Music Camp. Now it's called, I believe, Fine Arts Camp, but it's in Northern Michigan. At the time, it was an 8-week program. I think that they've shortened it a little bit, but like it was a program. We barely had time to like take a hike. I mean, we were in class from morning until night, and rehearsals. I did 4 shows in 8 weeks one summer. But that's where I had my first real, what I would call an acting technique class. Although I also, like Tanya, had incredible training on the job, working with different directors and actors. That the spring before my second summer at Interlochen was when I worked with Norman Renee and Judith Ivey and Ed Harris in the play Precious Sons. And that spring was such a transformative experience, not only being in that play with those incredible artists, but also seeing so many amazing plays and musicals that spring. The House Blue Leaves with John Mahoney and Susie Kurtz, Search for Signs of Intelligent Life in the Universe with Lily Tomlin. These were some of the shows that really stood out in my memory. And I think that training is also so much about seeing other people's work and not trying to emulate, but trying to, being inspired and absorbing what you see and having it something to aspire to, the quality of it. If you see a performance, and it's not just that you're like, oh, I loved her in that, or I loved him in that, but what was it about? What made it so special? And seeing that maybe you can find that kind of effort or ability in yourself. I consider that very big part of training also. Then when I moved to New York to go to NYU, even though I dropped out of NYU, I also shortly thereafter found an acting teacher. And I had audited an acting class in LA like a year before when I was there. And I've been kind of like really bummed out by it because I found the teacher was just sort of like talking about himself. The students were barely getting any work done. I was like, what is happening here? So I kind of like, I was cynical about private acting teachers. But a friend of mine said, no, come check this teacher out. And so I audited. And from the moment she started talking, I was like, oh yeah, she's working for me. Her name is Sandy Shurin. And one of the things that she was talking about that resonated so profoundly for me was accessing the power that you have as an artist. Maybe it's as simple as turning on a light switch or turning on a faucet. What if that's true? That all it takes is sort of connecting to yourself and then accessing that. That was a really intriguing idea. That same week, I had an audition for 6 Degrees of Separation. As I was waiting in the waiting room, I kind of just did a little like, what if that's true? And I kind of just found that little part of myself, went in and got the job. So it just felt like, yeah, this kind of works for me. So I studied with her then for the next several years, and very specific exercise we did in class, I absolutely think prepared me for Rent, for instance, and on and on and on. And that was really the last time I had any sort of like formal training per se. But again, all the on-the-job training just continues to this day.
Yeah, that's leading us into the next part of this for, I guess, you and everyone else. Do you feel like the lessons that you've learned while working on stage or TV film sets has been of more value or equal to any of your professional training?
It's hard to say like which is more or less, but they're hand in hand. So I think one of the things about doing 8 shows a week that's like the on-the-job training that's you can only get doing that is the kind of discipline and rigor and knowledge of what it takes to be able to do that. You can sort of be told, oh, it's going to be challenging and you're going to have to take good care of your body and good care of your voice. But until you're in it, no matter what anybody tells you, you can't know. So the training of that, just like an athlete, I always think like Broadway, especially Broadway musical performers, it's the closest that we have to being an athlete, of having to maintain that quality. But if I didn't have some of the tools that I'd worked with Sandy, those very simple tools, I think that would have made doing 8 shows a week more challenging, you know, but just knowing that I could rely on that very simple stuff to just go, whoop, here it is. It's almost like press a button and I'm ready kind of thing. That wouldn't have made the 8 shows a week easier. So they feed each other, in my experience.
Yeah, I would say they feed each other. Theater is something that you can train without a lot of money, and there's a muscularity that's required, that is needed in the theater to reach the back row, that sort of when you try to transfer to TV and film, you actually have to unlearn that, and that is a skill that's difficult to teach in a class. You kind of just have to get that practice in front of the lens and the camera. But theater, you can just get your friends together and try some things and see how people respond to them. So yeah, the work and the training feed each other. And also theater, you have rehearsal. Other things, you have no rehearsal and you don't know what they liked in your audition, and you're showing up and you don't even know what they want you to do, and there's no rehearsal.
Yeah, that's hard to overstate the difference in terms of that. In most film and television experience, you have a rehearsal where you read through the scene with your fellow actors, some of whom, if you're a guest on that show, you're meeting them for the first time. And then within an hour, you're now filming that scene and it's going to be that way forever. You know, there are some times where you get a little lucky, like if you do a feature film, sometimes they do have a rehearsal process, but not always. Yeah, so it's like, I do think that having a theater background, knowing what rehearsal can mean and just trusting that you can dive in, at the same time letting go of the desire to have a rehearsal process where you get to really explore, that's a bit of a mind screwing kind of thing sometimes.
From my side, I also agree that I don't think that one is more valuable from the other. From my side, I think that a lot can be learned by jumping in and doing, seeing what worked, what didn't work, from performing, from auditioning. There's so much that can be learned from auditioning. That was something that I think Rob actually taught me of. Just go on auditions and learn, and think about, if you didn't get the job or you didn't get the role, what can be learned from that moment. The other thing that I've always found when taking classes that has been extremely valuable to me, which sort of goes against the doing. Doing is important, but also watching how other people learn, watch other people get up and sing their song or do their scene, seeing what feedback they get and seeing how they learn, and then putting yourself in their position and seeing if you would have thought of that and how you would have done things differently. There's a lot to be learned from watching other people learn. So that's sort of the other side of things that have found very valuable.
If I could add something to the watching too, I think if you ever get the chance to be in an audition on the other side of the table, take it, because you will learn so much. And so many times people can kill in their auditions, be amazing and not get the part, and it has nothing to do with how amazing they were or not. There's so many other factors. Like if you have 3 amazing people, you can only cast 1 person. And there's just those qualities, those mix and match qualities or whatever it is that are part of that determination. So it can be incredibly educational and a kind of training to be able to sit on the other side and experience it from that side too.
Yeah, especially in New York, we see a lot of people volunteering to be readers, and that's such a wonderful opportunity for people, because it's true, like you all said, when you're sitting in a vacuum and you're just sitting with yourself and your own kind of like self-destructive sometimes, mental talk, seeing other people being like, oh, cool, I'm not alone. I'm seeing other people in this world and I'm doing it. So I love that from all of you. Thank you so much. Tanya and Anthony, both of you made very early jumps from student to professional. How quickly did you have to make that transition from student to pro?
I was 9 years old when I got my equity card, so that's pretty quickly. But it didn't really feel that different from an experiential standpoint, except we were doing more shows. But other than that, the experience of being with my fellow actors was so much the same, you know. Yeah, we were in a bigger theater, and I had to report, you know, 8 times a week or whatever it was. But other than that, the experience of being on stage, the experience of hanging out with my friends, that was as familiar as it had ever been. And I didn't do a film and for another 6 years, so I was sort of steeped in that. And then going to film was a different kind of leap. All those technical things, like even walking around seeing what are those, what's all that machinery, all that stuff, and learning about what's a mark, learning what the, you know, size lens means, what Tanya was talking about, like being able to hone performance in for the camera. Although it doesn't necessarily mean they always have to be quiet in front of the camera or small. I mean, if you think of Robin Williams, some of his performances were very large. If it has to be right, it has to be true for whatever it is. But anyway, so that was a different kind of leap. And then, you know, doing a TV show is a different kind of leap because you're having to learn so much material in such a short amount of time over the period of months. So like calibrating your brain a little differently. But it's all like, those are degrees within the larger leap.
And I forgot to say that I also did the Northwestern Sharer program when I was in high school as well. So I had to do that summer acting program. I got my SAG and AFTRA cards probably when I was about 12. So I was doing commercials and industrials in Chicago and modeling in Chicago. And I got my equity card when I was 15 or 16. I think the challenge for me, quote, going pro at 16 was, you know, that I looked mature, but, and I was in this cast with all these adults, and they just weren't very nice. And so that was it was emotionally really hard for me doing that play at 16. But then the other interesting thing is, like, I sort of had to grow up to be in this space with all these adults, so that when I came back, you know, in my senior year to be a senior, like, I just didn't feel like a high schooler anymore. I had already been to the Kennedy Center and I had my own apartment, and, you know, so there was I'm too young for you all to talk to me like that. And then it was like, oh, I've already been grown, kind of thing. And then, you know, when I went to Carnegie, it was their music theater program. You're dancing every day, you're singing every day, you're doing solfege and, you know, taking music theory. And I remember everybody in my Carnegie class, they knew solfege. They knew how to recite, sing, and I did not. And my teacher said, you're going to fail. Essentially, she was saying, I'm not going to teach it. And I never failed anything in my life. And so I developed a really great ear that if I heard it before I had to go, if I didn't have to go first, I could memorize what it was. And you know, that's how I ended up getting a B in solfege, because I wasn't going to fail and she wasn't going to teach me. So, you know, I think a lot of times there's a lot of faking it till you make it kind of thing. I found that, you know, booking a Broadway show over Christmas break, when I came back to finish my year at Carnegie, because the show wasn't going to happen to the next fall, there was just cruelty. There was just, like, I was treated with disdain and hate, and the school never even claimed me as a student. So yeah, and then I went to Broadway and I got to be in Hal Prince and Steve Sondheim's biggest flop. And the gift of that was, these are the two people that I grew up all my life wanting to work with. Like, that was the dream. They were the most successful, and those were the shows and the music. And to watch the best of the best fail was the best lesson that I ever got in my life, because one, it taught me that no matter how good you are, you can fail, and it isn't the end. And so when I went out and became a professional thereafter, there was just very little that fazed me. It was like, oh, that happened. Well, when merrily roll along, like, this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened. So I just was like, you know, had a sort of tough thing about, like, there was just very little that could go wrong that was going to faze me, because we had gone through it all on Merrily.
Yeah. Yes, that documentary is excellent. Andrew, tell me about your transition from student to professional world.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one, especially, you know, so there's sort of two sides of this. There's the theater side where, you know, some brief professional stuff, but then also the business side. From the theater side, I booked my first professional show when I was 12 or 13 years old. I was doing A Christmas Carol at the Walnut Tree Theater, and I literally missed like 3 months of school. It was just out of nowhere, missing 3 months of whatever grade I was in, I think 6th or 7th grade, and it was insane. It was a blast. Similar experience to Anthony, of just like, it felt like another show, just so ever so slightly different, but it was just fun. It was the show was geared towards schools and children, so that was pretty cool and a lot of fun. But then from the business side of things slowly transitioned to that side of the professional world. And I will say, from a school or work management standpoint, the performing side and my experience with Christmas Carol and some other shows sort of prepared me for that, because I was already used to understanding what it felt like to essentially work 2 jobs, full-time student, in middle school and high school essentially, and then perform or run a business. But then from there, especially from the business side of things, I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so it's sort of in my DNA, but I was able to take sort of the experience that I learned performing and training in the theater world and channel those into the entrepreneurial and professional world. A lot of performance, essentially, when giving a pitch, or improv, or faking it till you make it, and learning from experience, doing and learning and progressing. So it was a crazy jump, but at the same time, it was sort of just a smooth transition into this is what life is like. It's really interesting to look back and reflect upon, because when it first started, I was sort of just doing it and living by the moment, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so being in your house is like an episode of Shark Tank. That's lovely. We love to see it. Excellent. This is kind of a question for everybody. I would love to hear about the mentors that you've had along the way. I know that sometimes those people can be different than the people that you trained with. Does anyone want to share an anecdote from any of these mentors? Good, bad, or ugly? Like, truly, I want to hear it all. So this is kind of for everyone.
It started out really, really early. The couple of the community theater directors that I worked with in and around Chicago, I just had such a soft landing. I know the theater world, and on your story about being treated badly by people, I think that's probably in some ways more common for young people, and a lot of kids who come into showbiz are badly treated, and they're sort of forced into it, and it's not a happy experience. But I was so fortunate to have such a soft landing with such supportive directors. Ray Bradford was one of them. He had a little theater in Lisle, Illinois called Once Upon a Stage, and I did like 3 or 4 shows with him in a very short amount of time. And then Ina, I believe her last name was pronounced Noai, but she did a production theater for the deaf. So I learned sign language for it, and there were deaf actors and hearing actors in the production. And so just these directors who were working in, with no money and these very small environments, but just bringing such joy and supportive atmosphere, that gave me such a great launching pad. And then they specifically encouraged my mom to think about taking me to Chicago for professional work. And that's something that she had never considered. We didn't go into it thinking career. So we were just fortunate that we had that kind of like lift and help and encouragement that led to everything else. I also remember there was an assistant director of Precious Sons who gave me a couple little things, like, these are things I like to tell young actors. And there's one that I will always remember, which is every entrance is an exit. So wherever you're coming from, if you make an entrance into a scene, you're coming from somewhere else. And, again, at 14 years old, just to sort of have that little, very simple tool, just to remember that there's, and something that Sandy, the teacher that I worked with for many years, the character, you meet the character on the page of the script, but that character is living 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So you can always be thinking about and mindful of the whole life. You're seeing a portrait, a piece of that life in the piece, but they're also.
I love that. Andrew, you were talking about Rob McClure earlier. Is that who you consider your mentor full time? Or
Yeah, there are 2 mentors, and I think I mentioned them both that come to my head. Both named Rob or Robert. I guess to be a mentor to me, you have to be named Robert. Robert Edwin, actually, my voice coach and a mentor to me, I met him right when I was going through my voice change, maybe after Christmas Carol when I was 13 or 14 years old. So, I mean, just from like a practicality standpoint of navigating that voice change, he played a huge role in that. But he also taught me, you know, the importance of understanding, you know, understanding your voice and what is actually happening when you use it and when you sing. Not saying you need to be a music theory expert and everything. That's not what I'm talking about, but talking about specifically, you know, the different types of singing, what is happening when you sing. He wasn't the type of teacher that just said, okay, let's go in, let's work on a song and figure out how you can improve it. He really forced me to take a step back and learn about true technique, and that was huge. And then, you know, as I made the transition into the business side of things, he's continued to play a huge role in mentoring me, really providing valuable insight into how people learn as singers. And I, like I said, still go to my Thursday at 1 p.m. voice lessons over Zoom now. And we sort of learn together from just experiencing. We both learn new things. And then with Rob, met him at the Arden, became a mentor to me. Rob and I really clicked because I think that from a performance standpoint, we're a very similar type in the roles in which we play. So that really helped out. But he was the person who also really forced me and taught me to take a step back and what you can learn and figure out what you can learn by watching others. Just like Robert Edwin, there were full lessons, 2 hours long, where I wouldn't really perform or do work anything. I remember coming in and saying, okay, we're going to watch Hey Mr. Producer today and let's learn from it. And that's sort of the value that and the new way of thinking that he provided for me. And then from the business side of things, he really helped with that transition also over to the entrepreneur side of things, because he brought that industry knowledge into Harmony Helper. But also, as I've mentioned, every artist is an entrepreneur in their own way, and he's an entrepreneurial thinker and sort of came on board with the Harmony Helper side of things. And we've been able to really bounce ideas off of each other, and they both continue to be mentors to me to this day.
Yeah, when you're talking about the entrepreneurship, in making my first feature film, you know, I had an idea and I had a certain amount of time and a certain amount of money, and I went to professionals and they said, you don't have enough money and you don't have enough time. And so I tried to raise the $1 million, and nobody was giving me any money. And a friend of mine, an actor friend, Count Stovall, said, I don't have $1 million for you, but I have someone who can give you $1 million worth of advice. And his name is Junie Smith. I've met him once. I've probably spoken to him hundreds of times. He literally pep talked me through making a feature film. I didn't have the money, so I did all the jobs. Like when you see the credits, I did all the jobs. And it was literally, you know, this person who even today, as we're trying to distribute it, like he just gets on the phone and it's like he is just constantly giving me a pep talk, and he's just telling me I can and telling me I can, and it's been invaluable. Like I could not have done it without him. But I mean, granted, he's done 31 films in 28 years, so he's a person who knows what he's talking about. So I could trust that whatever he was telling me, and if he told me I could do it, that I could do it. Yeah, so definitely the mentor in my life at the moment. And then from childhood, my elementary school teacher, Harris Goldenberg, is how I got to study professionally at the St. Nicholas Theater. I was the only kid there. John Mahoney was in his first acting class, you know, like at 45, and I was 15, and he went and lobbied to you know, Stephen and Bill, that I should be studying professionally, that I was that good. And so that is how I ended up getting to study professionally, and you know, really taught me about which schools to apply to and helped me figure that out. and also convinced me, Harris convinced me that I shouldn't go to Puerto Rico on my Christmas break at Carnegie Mellon, that I should come and go to this cattle call from the, you know, the Sun Times in Chicago. I was like, I'm not going to get a Broadway show from a cattle call. I'm going to Puerto Rico. And he's like, no, you have to come here and you have to audition for this thing. And so I didn't go to Puerto Rico. I didn't even get to Puerto Rico till like 2 years ago because he was like, no, you've got to come and do this cattle call. And so I did. And then my third mentor would be George C. Wolfe, who, you know, I probably wouldn't have a career if it weren't for George C. Wolfe. He wrote my first nightclub act when he was still an NYU student. You know, he cast me in Jelly's Last Jam, Carolina Change, The Wild Party. And whenever I'm, you know, in the midst of a show and I don't want to know what to do, I'm like, I call him up and I'm like, here's what's going on. What do I do?
I think the common thread here is that all of us have had people believe in us. Like literally, it seems like the common thread is that even with training, as long as you have somebody saying you're worth investing in, that's what sends you off to go do that. What advice would all of you give young people or contemporaries about seeking education?
If possible, audit and or have people who are contemporaneously studying in that program that you can talk to and get their direct current experience, because there are programs that can have reputations that, you know, go back decades, but you know, there's turnover in those programs, so you don't know what the quality of the staff is at this moment. So try to get campus visits, and if they're squirrely about you auditing classes, maybe that's a little bit of a sign, that's a little bit of a red flag. And I've had the honor of like meeting students all over the country at different times. And there's times when I've been in a very small, unknown program and been really impressed by the quality of the training that they're getting there, that they're just building, you know. So yeah, maybe they wouldn't have like as much of a trampoline jump into being seen by agents and managers out of the program, maybe, but the quality of the work was really something special, as opposed to sometimes you go to these really famous programs and it can get a little factory feeling sometimes if they don't have the best people on staff at the time. So that would be, and watch, go to see things obviously when theater's back, but there's tons of film and television, there's so much content. See quality work and see what about that work speaks to your heart that you can lean into for yourself.
And I want to jump on that thing from Anthony. Like William Esper always said, you know, you may like a lot of work, but when you find actors whose the type of work they do is the type of work you want to do, find out who they studied with, because chances are that's how you're going to learn to do that kind of work. There are people who I love watching, but it isn't the kind of work I want to do. I love seeing what they do, but it's not what I'm going to do. And so, you know, I think that's a big thing. Find out about who studied with whose work you like. Also, what Anthony said about it being, you know, what's the contemporary reputation? Look, I studied with Stella Adler towards the end of her life, and she was crazy. She was not a good teacher. Okay, she was violent and crazy, and I quit. Okay, because I was like, this woman's crazy. So reputation, you know, you got to know what's happening right now. For me, Warren Robertson was like, he was like, you know, doing psychotherapy on people, and I was like, no, that's not kind of work I want to do. So, you know, just because someone has a reputation doesn't mean that they're good or that they're good for the kind of work that you want to do. So I think that, you know, I know it's hard for young people to go, well, how do I know what I want to do? I believe this in my heart and soul that it feels good when you're doing what you want to do. And when you're working with someone and that feel good thing is inspired and that fire is lit, that's where you're supposed to be. It doesn't have to be painful and hard. That doesn't mean that it isn't sometimes going to be hard, but when you get excited by the hard, or that the hard makes you go, oh my God, I'm doing something more, that's the kind of teachers you want to be with. And I don't know if schools do this. When I went to college, they used to cut people. I don't know if that happens anymore. But the best story I heard about that was from Billy Porter at Carnegie Mellon, and he said they're going to cut him at the end of his first year, and he said, well, I'm not going anywhere because I paid my money and I've been showing up at my class, and if there's no roles in the theater for people like me, that's what I'm paying you to train me for. And he did not leave. And so I just loved the idea of him like, I don't really care what you're saying, that's what I'm here for. Like, really taking ownership and not letting some words that someone says define you. You know, just be like, okay, well, that's your opinion. You know, trust your own heart says I'm supposed to be doing this.
For me, two quick things. The first thing is that there's always more to learn. There's never, an end chapter to the learning experience. You may be all the way up here, but there's always something more that can push you just a little bit further. The other thing is something that I've been saying is understand and realize your own self-worth and what your training and your continued training has given you, and use it in ways you may not even expect them to come into play, whether it be entrepreneurship, whether it be performing, or whether it be something else. Find that fire that Tanya mentioned and follow it, and use all the tools that you have and apply them in ways that you never thought would be possible.
And I want to jump on one more thing. Andrew's an entrepreneur. I think all artists have to be entrepreneurs right now. I think all of us on here have all made our own work, produced it, directed, written it. I think that that's essential. I think that there's a way in which artists are talked about and denigrated and devalued. And the fact is, there is no work for anybody without us. Okay, people are not coming to see somebody read a play. They're not coming to see a set design. They're coming to see actors. And for us to remember that, and that when we are generating work of our own, it takes away that feeling of waiting to be picked and then feeling bad because you weren't picked. You can also then generate the work that is specific to what only you know you can do. Hannah Gadsby is like one of my favorites. She is my muse. She has created something that is so unique to who she is. No one else could do that thing she does. And it inspires me to find, like, what is this thing that only I can do? So I feel like all artists need to work on that.
Yes, I fully agree. I think that's a perfect note to end on, because we are all small businesses, truly, all the time. Whenever I see Shop Small, I think even us actors, like, we're all producing our own work and doing all that great stuff. Finally, please tell us quickly about any of the projects that you all have coming up that you'd like for people to subscribe to and watch and view and ingest, and of course, all of your social handles as well.
I'm at Albino Kid on Twitter, at Albino Kid 1026 on Instagram, and Star Trek Discovery Season 4. I think apparently it's coming out later this year. The other seasons are available on Paramount Plus in the US and on Netflix internationally. Hopefully be on stage doing concerts and stuff whenever that's possible again.
And I would just ask everybody to subscribe to redpillmovie2020.com so you can see this feature film that's about this moment we're living in. We'll be at the Michaud Film Festival live. The first theater in Los Angeles we're going to screen live April 26th to May 2nd. It's called Red Pill. That's what I'm doing right now. All Red Pill all the time. That's our poster right behind me.
And then for me, I'm just constantly working on Harmony Helper and finding new ways and building new tools to help singers and performers. You can learn more at harmonyhelper.com or follow us on all the different platforms at Harmony Helper. And if anyone has any questions, they'll talk to me and Harmony Helper and help.
Thank you so much. Yes, that app is incredible. I sound not as bad as I used to. I have been Tell Me on a Sunday podcast and Broadway Radio's Grace Aki. Thank you, Tanya, Anthony, and Andrew for joining us today. Have a good day.
For having us, Grace.
Oh, hello there again, friends. It's me, your Broadway buddy, Ben Cameron. Listen, one thing that we've all had to accept during this last year is a lot of change. For example, I went from gracefully aging chorus boy twink to some sort of weird silver fox gay Mr. Rogers hybrid. But we roll with the punches. And how do we stay sane during this quarantine? Well, we do what we have always done. We close the doors and we put on a full-blown production of our favorite musical theater tune, Lip Sync Style. Some of our BroadwayCon family has really mastered the art, so please welcome Mac and Cindy Gomes and Danae and Matt Gross, aka your four best friends, lip-syncing Revenge Party from Mean Girls. Oh, Mean Girls, come back. Take it away, four best friends.
Now you know, Caddy, Regina George is not your friend. We're your friends, and we're gonna make her pay. Imagine a party with dresses and cake, and singing and dancing and cake. And there's a magic act that saws Regina in half, and this time it will take.
Now that's a party.
A revenge party, a party that ends with somebody's head on a spike.
Whoa, whoa.
It's a revenge party with your two best friends. It's like a party with revenge is what it's like. Next, we take away Regina's only achievement, being a hot person.
What is that? Ugh, I'm so fat and disgusting. I use these Caltine diet bars when I need to lose weight. I need to lose 3 pounds. Bring me a whole bag.
Ho, ho, ho! One for Caddy Harris.
She gets everything.
And none for Gretchen Wieners. Bye.
Who said that? Oh, it's from Regina. Thanks for being such a great best friend. I mean, okay. Well, if you and Regina are best friends now, you can be in charge of keeping all her secrets. Also, she totally cheats on Aaron. She's hooking up with Shane Omen in the North Shore Lions costume. She makes him wear the costume?
No! They're both in the costume!
And I never told anyone because I am such a good friend.
It's a revenge party, a party that ends with somebody's head on a spike. A revenge party with your two best friends. It's like a party with revenge is what it's like. A party with revenge is what it's like. A party with revenge is what it's like.
Hey there, I'm Mike. You just discovered the Harmony Helper app, a singer's best friend. Harmony Helper teaches you how to develop the skills necessary to harmonize with the latest technology available. Whether you're planning to star on Broadway, sing in your local chorus, or just rock out with friends for fun, you came to the right place. The Harmony Helper app uses amazing new technology that allows you to scan any piece of sheet music in your library by simply taking a photo of it with your smartphone. The app then maps out the different voice parts and accompaniment, transforming your sheet music into a custom rehearsal tool with audio controls. The Harmony Helper app converts each line of your sheet music to audio and allows you to control the playback volume for each voice part. You can play just your line or add other voice parts at your own pace. Our custom real-time feedback tool tells you if you're singing the part correctly, and you are on your way to mastering harmony. The Harmony Helper app allows you to harmonize anywhere, at any time, with patented technology that brings the rehearsal room into the palm of your hand. Join an amazing community of singers around the world by downloading the Harmony Helper app today and take your skills to the next level. Harmony Helper is available for Apple and Android devices. So what are you waiting for? Go get it! This is Mike, signing off.
Get ready, everyone, from Broadway's Come From Away and If Then, back to host the BroadwayCon feud for her 5th year. You love her, I love her, everyone loves her. Put your hands together for Tony nominee Jen Colella.
Tony nominee! What's up, everyone? Welcome. We have a very, very exciting game plan for you. I am Jen Colella, that is true, and I am delighted to be here for my 5th round, my 5th season at the BroadwayCon doing the Family Feud. So just to give you a little background on how it works here with BroadwayCon, we surveyed 100 fans, we pulled their top answers, and now we are ready for the ultimate BroadwayCon feud. Are you ready to meet our contestants? Haha! First up, please welcome the Rogers family. We've got Jelani Remy, we've got Leslie Margarita, we've got Ryan Green, and Tony Thompson. Will the Rogers family please wave at your cameras? Let's see your What's up?
Hi, Mom.
Hi, son. Now, let's meet their competitors. The Hammerstein family. We've got Alex Boniello. We've got Ryan Redmond. We've got Lila Jean Rich. We've got Eliza Weinberger. Go ahead and wave at the camera. Let's meet the Hammerstein family. What's up?
Hey, y'all.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, so the Rogers family and the Hammerstein family. Let's meet everyone. I want to get to know these contestants. Okay, so I'm going to start with, pull up this view here so I can see everybody more. Here we are. How about Alex? Alex, talk to me about the best part of your day today.
The best part of my day today?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No, I take it back. The best part of Ryan Redmond's day today.
Okay. Well, okay. The best part of Ryan's day was waking up and being Ryan, and kind of possessing that much kind of skill in general. We only met, in this moment, but I've been aware of the skill, and that's about as nice as I'm capable of being. I actually really want to tell you the best part of my day. It's very funny. I ordered groceries to be delivered to my house, and they accidentally sent us 2 of everything. And my girlfriend kept being like, "How did you do this?" And I was like, "I really swear I would have messed this up on only 1 item, not the whole
The
order." So
entire
now,
thing.
yeah. So that's
Did you pay for double?
So I think it's possible actually that yes, I did, which makes it less which makes it less exciting and good. But
It's all exciting and good. You've got you're gonna eat it. You're gonna do it. It's
I'm
the
gonna
2 of
try.
you. Yeah, you got this. It's not a problem at all. And everything you said about Ryan is exactly right.
That was so nice, Alex. I'm already crying.
Ryan,
Well-
let's go to you. What's been the best part of your day other than waking up and realizing that you're you?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much every day for me. So today stood out in a certain way. Thanks, Leslie. Today stood out. Let's see. The best part of my day was I got my car washed. I have a new car, and I'm in Georgia in Atlanta, and the pollen is terrible down here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Georgia pollen, but I think getting my car washed was the best part of my day.
It's exciting. You went through the big car wash thing with the
Oh yeah, I
roller
just
on the front.
Oh yeah, I have got like the monthly, like go as many times as you want. So I pretty much go every day now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
it's like the
that,
big old
the
rolly
big thing
washy
on the front.
thing.
I try to put my body up against it to feel the vibration. Is that?
That's not shocking to me at all, Jen.
Cool. And knowing
That
you,
checks.
I'm guessing that your car has a name. Is that correct? And if so, what is her name?
Okay, so it's the name of the car is Kona, like that's what the brand or what the actual car's name is. So I named her Kona Kardashian because
Yeah.
car Kardashian.
I knew it. Well played, Ryan
Nice.
Whitman. Welcome to the feud. Tony T, will you tell us a little bit about the best part of your day today, please?
Well, obviously, this is the best part of my day is seeing all of you. I've been to every BroadwayCon, and I just have been a fan for a long time.
Oh my gosh, we're delighted to have you. What a sweetheart you are. Welcome.
I've met most of you at one of the cons or another, so.
Well, I love that you're able to join us virtually. Thank you for being such an incredible fan, and thank you for coming to all the Broadway cons, and thank you for joining us tonight. It's a thrill to have you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Jelani Remy, there is like a light coming through the box that holds you, my love. You are resplendent over there. Can you tell me, you beautiful, beautiful person, what the best part of your day was today?
Well, Jen Colella, the best part of waking up is Folgers in your
I was hoping.
I hope nobody took it, and I took it. I'd like to thank UCB for the preparation.
Yeah.
And, no, but
Yeah.
this is the best part. BroadwayCon is the best part. So this is
Right on.
a true highlight of my day.
I love that. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see your sweet face. Ryan, talking about lights over there. Can you tell me the most challenging part of your day today? I'm switching it up. Do you see what's going on? I got to keep you on your toes, folks.
I think just one of my most challenging part of the day is just knowing that that Broadway isn't open right now. I have seen pretty much every one of you on stage. You guys are all amazing, and just knowing that I can't be sitting in a theater right now with my playbill waiting for the show to start.
Yeah. Yes, I hear that, man. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. These vaccines are
Absolutely.
rolling out. I went to the Broadway Theater yesterday for one of the New York pop-up concerts.
Oh, nice.
It was thrilling. Amber Iman was the performer, and my goodness, it was healing on so many levels. House to half, we all lost it. Just lost our minds, screaming for her, screaming for one another, burst into tears. It's coming back, Ryan. Thank you for your honesty, and thank you for being here tonight.
Absolutely.
Right on. Lila, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm so glad you're joining us. Can you tell us the best part of your day?
The best part of my day was eating some very good vegetarian lasagna. It was delicious.
Ooh, did you make it yourself?
I did not. I wish I could say that. My dad made it. He is into cooking weird vegan and vegetarian food. So
Right on. I love that. Even better. Somebody made it for you and put some love into it. Right on, Lila. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Leslie, my heart is beating just saying your name. I feel my pulse quickens. You're such an extraordinary being. How are you? How is your heart today? How are you feeling in this moment?
I'm always good. I'm so happy to be here because, a bunch of us here have been with the Broadway Con since day one.
That's
so
right.
I'm always so excited to be here. I'm in LA. It's nice and sunny and beautiful. And yeah, I'm always good. I'm so happy to be here.
Oh my God, I love your face. I love everything about you, and I'm glad that you're here, and I look forward to having a reason to make out with you. Just now, that's how we do it. For now. Eliza, hello.
Hi.
How are you, love?
I'm good, It's I'm glad that we're all getting together, because I missed everybody. I love BroadwayCon, and it was so sad not to have it in January this year, and it's nice to have this connection, even virtually.
It is, isn't it? It's delightful to have it here. And I like the way you combined kind of the positive and the negative, the most challenging and the good in that answer. I didn't even have to ask you. You just crushed it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I've been listening. I hang on every word.
Well done. Well done. All right. I'm thrilled that each one of you is here. Thank you for being game. Thank you for wanting to play. I'm going to run off real quick the rules of the game. So here we go. Listening ears. This is how this thing rolls. First, we have a face-off. The first team member from each team will join me right here on the screen. I will ask the first question, and the first one to yell ding and come up with an answer that's on the board can choose to play or pass. This is how we play at BroadwayCon. Forget what you've seen on television. This is how we're going to roll this evening. Then, if they choose to play, I will move on to the second member of their team and ask them for an answer. We will continue to move down the line until all answers are on the board. But here's the challenge. If the team answers incorrectly 3 times, I will move to the other team to give them a chance to steal the board. If they give just one answer correctly, all of the points for this round are awarded to them. But here's the challenge. If the team answers incorrectly 3 times, I will move to the other team to give them a chance to steal the board. If they give just one answer correctly, all of the points for this round are awarded to them. If they do not give a correct answer, All of this round's points will be awarded to the original team. Then we'll go on to the next question. Now remember, these answers are from the fans that we surveyed. That you may or may not agree, and the answers may not even be correct. And sometimes they respond with like several question marks or by literally writing, I don't know. So this is what we're dealing with. At the end of the regular rounds, whichever team has the most points moves on to the bonus round. Everybody good? Yes?
Yeah.
You can ask questions as we go along. This is a learning environment. Let's play the feud. All right. I need the first two people. Let's call up Jelani and Alex to start.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Good answer. What? Sorry, what?
You're perfect. You're
Okay.
perfect. All right, ready?
Alex, I'm very excited to do this with you.
I think we're both from New Jersey, so
Is that
What
true?
exit?
I never remember.
All right, here we go. Remember, you got to yell ding before the other person. Here's
Okay.
question number 1. We surveyed 100 fans and asked them, name an actor who has played King George in Hamilton.
Ding.
Jelani, I heard you first.
Who is Jonathan Groff?
Let's see the board. Show me Jonathan Groff, number 1. Now, do you want to play? Does your team want to play, or do you want to pass? Is that a thing?
How do I talk to my team?
Yes, play.
We're gonna play, Jen.
You're gonna
Play.
play. I love it. Excellent. Excellent.
Play.
All right, here we go. So I'm moving down to the next person, right? Is that correct?
Sure, Jen.
God? I'm asking God. God
Yes,
is in the
that's correct.
chat. God says yes. Okay, thank you. So who's the next person, God?
The next person is going to be Leslie Margarita.
Thank you, God.
Oh.
Leslie, take a deep
Okay.
breath, my love. Everything's cool. You're totally cool. Name an
My
actor who's played King George in Hamilton.
Rory or O'Malley.
Good
Rory,
answer. Good
show
answer.
me Rory O'Malley.
I want to go.
Andrew Reynolds!
Hey!
You know, it was Andrew Reynolds playing Rory O'Malley, and it was
I mean, it was
stunning.
amazing.
Mind blowing. Mind blowing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and give you Andrew Reynolds. Can you
Okay.
also show me Rory O'Malley? Boom!
I got one.
You got double, Leslie. So good job.
Yes.
We're moving. Who just said I got one? I got one.
Tony.
Yeah, let's have it, Tony. Are you on this team?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Tony, tell me an actor who has played King George in Hamilton.
Brian Darcy James.
Excellent. Show me Brian Darcy James. Boom! Number 2. There's only 2 left, you guys. Who's next on your team?
Ryan Green would be next.
Okay, Ryan. What do you think? Do you have anybody in mind?
They actually took my answer. I was gonna say I was gonna say Andrew Reynolds.
This happens.
I
This
can't think of
happens.
anyone else.
I understand. Make somebody up.
Jen Colella.
That'd be dope. That'd be so dope.
Good
Thanks for putting that
answer.
out into the world. Show me.
Oh.
All right, no worries. Let's move on. Are we back to Jelani then?
Oof.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you are back to me, and I would then say Thane Jasperson.
Ooh.
Great. Show me. Okay. We've
Now
got
wait a
one more.
minute.
I understand. And you may be correct, but remember what I just said about how these are what some fans said?
Of course, I should have said Ben Vereen.
Does it go to me?
Yes, it's going right to you, Leslie. Listen, no stress. You can just say whatever is in your sweetheart. What do you think?
Well, look, I really wish it was me. But I'm gonna say Ewan Morton.
Oh, Ewan Morton. Show me Ewan Morton. Okay, 3 strikes. No worries. That's totally fine. So we are moving to the other team. Who from the other team thinks that they have
Can
an
I?
answer?
Can the redemption arc happen? I really feel because I got out quick, and I think I know.
Yes, let's have it.
Okay, Taran Killam.
Show me Taran Killam. Boom! Oh my gosh. So does
Well
that
done.
mean that all of the points go to them? They don't have to get all of it. They just had to get one answer. Is that correct, God?
Nope,
They
they
get all-
they get the points for the correct answer they got. The other team still gets their points.
Yay!
Oh
Okay.
man.
So are we still guessing, or are we just going to show us what number 6 is?
We can continue guessing until folks don't have any more guesses, and then we can pass.
Okay, does somebody want to take a guess on that team for number 6?
Which team?
Well, the other team
Jelani's?
already won, right?
Hammerstein.
Okay.
Anybody?
Yeah, anybody.
Andrew.
Peter
Andrew.
Matthew Smith.
Love his work.
Oh.
All right, show us number 6.
Oh.
Aaron. All right, so that team, what was it, the Hammerstein team?
No, the Rogers, I believe.
The Hammerstein team got their points stolen from the Rogers team?
The Rogers team won that round. They got more points.
And can you tell me what they won for that round?
Michaela, how are we doing on points for this round?
Because that was interesting and confusing. 94 for the Rogers team.
94 points for the Rogers team. Okay. Excellent. Now we're going to need 2 people from each team to come up for question number 2. Who's it going to be?
Are we, do we go in our order?
We can. We definitely can. So it'll
You,
be
Leslie. I'm proud of you.
And who else?
And then Ryan R.
Oh.
And then Ryan R. Okay, we got
Ready.
Leslin
Okay,
and Ryan
Leslie.
Redmond. I love this for question number 2. Ladies, you ready with your ding?
Yeah.
I hope so.
I've always wanted to ask you if you're ready with your ding. We asked the same 100 fans, name a Broadway musical that starts with the letter C.
Ding.
Ding.
Heard you. Leslie.
Indeed.
Chicago.
Show me Chicago. Boom, it's up there. Now, Ryan, there's still the number 1 choice, so you can take a guess to see if your team gets to go. What will you say?
Oh, I can. Okay, let's see. My number 1, I don't know if this is the number 1 choice, but should I guess it even if I don't think it's number 1 choice?
You're going to try to get the number 1 choice because that's going to mean that it
Okay,
goes over
Cats.
your team. Show me Cats.
3.
Number 3. So it goes to Leslie's team. Leslie, do you guys want to pass or play?
Play.
You want to play?
I think so. Let's
Play.
play. Excellent. Good job.
So sorry,
Okay.
team.
It's not
Not
Cassie
at all.
over
Ryan,
here.
you're a rock star. Who's next there on Leslie's team?
Is it Tony?
Tony. Okay.
Oh, Tony.
Okay,
Yeah, my
Tony.
video's not working, but I'm gonna say "Come From Away."
Nice.
I love
Good
that
answer.
show. Show me Come From Away. Oh, thank
Nice.
goodness. Thank
Nice.
goodness it made it. Excellent. Okay, who's next on this team?
Does it go back to Jelani?
Isn't it Ryan?
I think
It is Ryan, isn't it?
it's Ryan Green, right?
Hi. I'm gonna say Carousel.
Oh,
Nice.
great.
Good one.
Show me
Good answer.
Carousel.
Yes.
Okay. That's okay.
No
That's okay.
problem.
Because you know
Not
what?
even a problem.
I'm gonna go with Company.
Ooh.
Show
Good
me
one.
Company.
Wow.
Boom.
Okay.
Number 1 is still up for grabs, but you only have 2 left before you take this round.
Okay.
Leslie?
Okay. Cabaret.
Nice.
Show me Cabaret.
Woo!
Number 1. Well done. You only need 1 more of these, team. I believe it's your turn, Tony. Give me a Broadway musical that starts with the letter C.
Oh.
Candide.
Oh.
Show me
Nice.
Candide.
Glitter be gay.
Excellent. There's one more that snuck in there before Candide.
Okay.
Whose turn is it? Ryan, yeah?
I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna say chess.
Ooh.
Good answer.
Good
Show me
answer.
chess.
Oh,
Okay,
darn.
not even a problem. We're going over to the other team.
How is
I
Does
think I have an
somebody-
idea.
Does somebody from the other team know what it is, and can you steal this board?
I have an idea. I wish we could talk to each other. Isn't that how Family Feud works? In the
It-
real
it
life?
is.
Yes, it does.
is.
Yeah.
it is. This does make it a little more difficult. I understand. But if somebody's
Alex,
feeling
was
strong
that you
about
that said
it,
you had an idea?
Ryan,
No,
say musical.
I was being an asshole and wrote "Call the Midwife" the musical in chat.
I see.
But that's not actually
Oh.
my guess.
yeah, okay, I understand.
Okay.
Let's
This
yeah.
is a toss up, but I'm gonna go with "Catch Me If You Can."
Ah.
Oh, good one.
Show me,
That's a
catch me
good
if
one.
you can.
Dang it!
Oh,
Yay,
so it goes
Rogers.
over to the other team. The other team wins.
Gosh.
One.
Let's see. Can you show
Is
me
it
what
the
number,
share show?
number 6 is?
No.
Wait, do I actually get to answer? No.
You can try.
No, you guys
wanna try?
won.
You did win, but try another. Try another. This
Not
is a learning
Jelani. I mean,
environment.
I think it's something else, but go Jelani.
Camelot.
Ooh.
Good one.
That's what I was going to say.
Camelot?
Camelot.
Oh,
Crazy for you.
Easy for you, which I guess is also the same as Camelot because you got
Yes.
a ding. You got all those points for that round, so I'm confused, to be honest, about who's Rogers and who's Hammerstein.
Rogers.
Starring Andrew Reynolds.
And we're gonna move on to question number 3. Here we go. Who's up from Rogers and Hammerstein? I like that some people are saying Steen and Stein. I like that we're changing that.
Anstune.
I think it's
Rogers and Hammerstein.
Rogers and Hammerstein.
Rogers is. I'm gonna do
who's
Leslie
next?
normally.
Next up, we have Tony and Lila.
Great. Tony and Lila, we ready?
Yeah.
Question number 3. Name a show tune with a number in the title.
Ding.
I heard you, Tony.
9 to 5.
Oh, 9 to 5. Show me 9 to 5.
Oh,
Really
I'm
good.
so
Okay,
sorry.
you have a chance, Lila. What do you think?
Pretty sure this is the song title. 1 from Chorus Line.
Oh, that's a good one.
Show me 1. The suspense god. God, it's me, Margaret. Are you there?
Papa, can you hear me?
One!
All right.
Oh, yes, the very first one. This is excellent. Do you want to play?
Sure.
I love it. Yes, absolutely. All right, you're playing. Who is next on this team to give us a show tune with a number in the title?
I think it's me.
Elisa? Okay, great. What do you think, love?
It Takes Two from
Good
Hairspray.
one.
That is a good one. Show me It Takes Two.
Oh man, it's okay.
Okay. And we should only have one X up there because the first one was for the round itself, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You've only got the one X. We know it in our hearts.
Yes, we do.
Okay, who's next to guess?
Is it back to Alex?
Yeah.
I feel like I have one. I'm not sure if we're going in
Yeah, I
an
think
order.
it's you.
Okay,
Let's
great.
do it, Alex.
96,000.
Damn it!
Oh, good one.
96,000.
What?
Okay. That's
No,
only
9
two
to
strikes.
5 or 96,000.
Yeah.
Who did we
There are
pull?
8 answers. There's tons. So it's okay. Open your minds, open your hearts,
Got
take a
one.
deep breath. Totally fine. Everything's cool. Who's next to guess?
God, it's me.
Ryan.
96,000 was my guess. Okay.
That's a good one.
You
There's
got
another
this,
one.
Ryan. You got this.
You got it.
Dance 10 Looks 3. That's not the name of the song, is it?
It is.
No, that is it.
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Show me Dance 10 Looks 3.
Oh,
There, but great.
Wow.
Really good
Great.
suggestion.
These
We're
are
moving to
great.
the other team. Again, gonna be honest, don't know what the name of that team is, but I'm back to you guys.
Rogers.
For the Rogers.
Roger. We're back to Rogers. What do you guys think?
9.
Okay.
I love it. I'm into it. Show me 9. 9. Yes. So now, does this mean they win the thing, or do we keep guessing, God?
Keep on guessing.
We just keep on guessing. But
I'm
they
guessing.
won, right? They
Okay,
stole
I
the board.
think I
They got
have
one.
one.
Yeah, let's hear it. Come on, Leslie.
76 trombones.
Nice.
Show me 76 trombones.
I have one.
Yes. Okay,
I have
let's hear it,
one.
Ryan.
13 from the musical 13.
Oh, it's a
Good.
great guess.
Good answer. Good answer.
Okay.
Whoa.
Great guess. Anybody else? You've already won. This is for fun.
Does Seasons of Love count as 5,625?
It's
Do
in
you see
parentheses,
that?
isn't it? Isn't it?
It is in parentheses.
Good
I like
answer.
that, Tony.
Good
I like
answer.
that, Tony T.
Good
Yeah,
answer.
500.
Ah!
What else do we think? Any other guesses?
Is there a number from 1776 that has that number in it?
No.
No.
All right, let's do it. Show me number 3. Six. I'm 6.
There's a song called.
Uh-huh. I'm 6.
I can't
That's
tell.
how it
It's
goes.
the wall of
How about
sound.
number 5? Show me number 5.
Leslie.
I've never heard of that.
That's from Come From Away, and I get
That
that
is a really good musical.
with 28 hours. There's
Jen, you
28
could have
hours
helped us
and
with that.
38 planes.
You could have helped us.
You're right. That's my fault. I apologize. Show me number 6.
Leslie.
Oh, Second
Of
Street.
course.
The Second Street. Excellent. Show me number 7. 28 hours. There's 38
Isn't
planes.
it the same song?
fan.
I thought it was the same song. No?
I thought it was the
I
same
do
song.
too. I did too. It's
You're
not. It confuses me every night. Show me number
Okay.
8. 7.5 cents from the pajama game.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Man. God, I
Okay.
think Rogers is in the lead. Is that right? With 2 million points?
Yeah.
That's
Not
exactly
quite
right.
2 million.
It's just under.
Just under at 207.
Okay.
207.
under.
And what's Hammerstein looking at?
31.
So it's anybody's
Nice.
game. It's anybody's game.
Anybody's game.
Those are easy.
Anybody's game. Let's get the next 2 contestants up. I'm having a blast. We're going to do question number 4. Who's up? Who do I got?
I think me from
Elisa?
Hammerstein.
Great. And who we got from Rogers?
Is it Ryan?
Yes.
Ryan? Ryan and Elisa?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Here we go. Question number
Go
4.
Ryan, go Ryan, go.
Name a show directed by Diane Paulus. You just say ding. So now any show directed by Diane Paulus, you can say bong. So you guys just want to name a show that Diane Paulus has directed, and then you can say buzz. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining us at the feud. I'm Jen Colella. All right, if we don't have, this is unprecedented. Both contestants have passed out and gone mute, so we're moving on.
Ding.
Ding, 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 ding.
Ding. Okay, ding. I heard Jelani ding first. Yes, Jelani.
What is waitress?
What is waitress? What is
You
waitress?
it's not Jeopardy, Jelani.
Oh, okay.
But I have the same question. What is waitress?
But what is waitress? Is
Okay,
a valid
if
question.
someone from the other team can give me the number 1 answer, then this will be your board to try for. What do we think? Who wants to try?
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, Ryan.
Hair.
Oh, show me hair.
Ah!
Just under waitress. All right, Jelani, you guys want to play?
Team, what do you want to do? Pass or play?
Oh, she never heard.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Well, I love the morale. I'm
I'm thinking pass.
Yeah.
Okay, Rogers is passing to Hammerstein.
Oh, I just thought of one.
Oh.
Well, hold on to it.
Wait.
Hang on to it because we may come back to you. Hammerstein. Why don't we get
I
one
know
of some
another one.
guesses? A show directed by Diane Paulus.
Have to go in order.
It would be nice. Yeah. Do we know who's next from after you, Ryan?
I think
it's Alex.
Elisa. No, I'm after Alex.
Oh, then Elisa.
No, it's Lila before me.
Oh, Lila. Sorry.
Oh, right on, Lila. What do you think, sweetie?
Maybe Jagged Little Pill.
Oh,
Maybe
God.
Jagged
Yes,
Little
thank
Pill.
you,
Show me.
Lila.
Good
Oh my
choice.
gosh.
JLP. Nice,
Good job,
Lila. Well
Lila.
done.
Nice,
Okay.
Lila.
Who's next?
Lisa.
Eliza.
It's technically me, but I've
didn't
seen
know
all of
already.
these. I've fully
Everything's
failed.
okay. Everything's cool. No worries.
Make something up.
I don't
Make
know
some-
if you've,
make up-
if
make
you've
up something that-
surmised, Eliza, but this is kind of a loosey-goosey situation.
Just think of
So-
something like hippy dippy, like lady powers, Diane
no
policy.
cheating.
I already said hair, Leslie.
The number one is still on the board.
I know.
I'm just gonna say a wrong one so we can get to Alex.
Okay.
Now I'm failing because I want to think of a right one, so I'm just gonna do Seussical and really get it off.
Seussical the musical. Show me Seussical.
How dare you?
No.
God moved the mouse over to 6 to make us think that it was there.
Yeah, amazing.
That's really funny. Okay, who's next to guess?
So then it's me, right?
Oh,
I think so.
Pippin.
Nice.
Oh,
Good
good one, good one,
Pippin.
good one.
The revival.
If that's not on there, then I don't trust BroadwayCon fans.
Okay.
Totally.
Show me Pippin.
Okay.
No, that's
The
not
thing is-
true. Pippin is number one, God. Pippin is on there. Pippin is on there.
Okay.
This is.
Oh, dear.
God.
That's.
I don't trust God.
Take that X away.
So now we know we trust BroadwayCon fans.
We do.
God
Yes,
is
we love
busy.
BroadwayCon fans.
Yes.
Ow.
God's busy.
Is it my
God's
turn
still
now?
tallying scores. Yeah, it's your turn. Why don't you give us
My guess is Witness Uganda, formerly known as, or also known as Invisible Thread.
I don't know anything you just said, but show me one word that Ryan just said.
Oh, dear.
But she directed that, right?
Nobody knows.
Yes. Yes. The answer is
And
yes.
we can't know. Okay, we've got it. Now there's not 3 strikes, there's
Oh.
only 2 strikes. So you still have one more chance. And there are 2 more answers on the board.
Can I go even though I already went?
Yeah, I know at least one of them, so we're gonna have to.
Yeah.
Who's next on your team?
It's Lila's turn, but I
Lila.
mean, I'll give up my turn to someone else because I'm a team player.
There's no rules.
Lila, there are no rules. Do you want to guess, Lila? I don't want us to steamroll.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Lila
no,
did
please.
really good last time.
Yeah, she really did.
Okay, let me rack my brain for a second.
Yeah.
Finding Neverland.
Oh.
Finding Neverland. Show me Finding Neverland.
Lila.
Lila.
Yes.
Lila,
Okay.
Lila. All right, you
Nice
got one
job.
more. And you need this, Hammersteins.
So what's rad about that to me is that's not even the one I was personally thinking about. So how do we?
Personally.
You personally.
He was not personally thinking about it.
Are you on
What
the
I'm saying
Hammerstein
is I
team?
know at least one
Yes,
more.
he is.
Yeah, so go for
Well,
it.
then
say
you
it.
get to say it. Let's have it. Save
Say it,
your
Alex,
team.
say it.
Porgy and Bez.
Show me
Yes,
Gershwin's
see?
Porgy and Bess.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
You did it. You did it, Hammersteins. Well done.
I'm
And
so
I gotta
proud
tell
of
you,
the rest of my team.
that was the last regular round before we move into the bonus round. That was it.
Whoa.
It was well played. All right, so God, tell me who is going to the bonus round.
So that was also very chaotic, but we have a 231 for Rogers and 96 for Hammerstein.
Nice.
Okay, so Rogers is going to the bonus round. Hammerstein, we want to salute you and thank you. You've done a
Are we done?
tremendous job. You're not done. We're going to support this other team as we move into the bonus round.
Okay,
You
well
did-
then.
you did
Joy and
great.
love in our hearts and some Chardonnay. You did fantastically well. There are no losers here. You're just going to be chilling and supporting this team because this
Okay,
is
I
what's
can't
happening
wait.
now.
Just
The
a
winning
kick.
team, the winning team, Rogers, is going to pick 2 players to move on to this bonus round. Not boning round, that's something else. Must answer 5 questions in 30 seconds, and the second player must answer 5 questions in 40 seconds. If they can get a combined score of 200 points, this team will win the entire feud. Okay, so we need 2 volunteers. Who's up first? Who's it going to be?
I would go.
I think that's so smart, Jelani. You're going to be the one, and who's going to be the other contestant? We're going to put you in the waiting room. Who else from this team wants to be the one who comes in the
I
second
feel like
round?
it should be like one of our fun
The
guests.
fans. I agree.
Yeah,
Which
me.
one? Tony T.
Tony.
Okay, Tony T. Will you wait in the waiting room for us? And Jelani, once we have word from God, if God's not too overwhelmed, to tell us that she's safely in the waiting room, and Jelani and I will get ready for the bonus
Tony
round.
is safely in the waiting room, so we're ready for the
Thank you,
bonus
God.
round.
Thank you so much.
Go.
Okay, this is thrilling. Jelani, I got a great feeling about this. I don't know
You
about you,
do?
but yeah, I have faith in you.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel super, super good about this.
Okay.
So just open up your heart and your mind. Here we go. You've got 30 whole seconds. A lot
Okay.
can happen in 30 seconds. Here we go. Boning round. Question number 1. It starts after I finish reading the first question.
Okay.
Leslie, mute yourself. Here
No,
we go.
I need her moral support at all times.
I understand. Question number 1. Name something Broadway performers are doing while in lockdown.
Oh, writing music.
Name a song from Phantom of the Opera.
Think of me.
Other than Beetlejuice, name a character from Beetlejuice.
Ortho.
Other than Annie or Oliver, name an orphan character from a musical.
What?
Other than Annie or Oliver, name an orphan character from a musical.
Oh,
You want to skip it and go to the next one?
skip it and go to the next one.
Name a show in which Patti LuPone has appeared.
And that is time.
Anything goes.
He got it. Totally got it. There's a lag. There's a Zoom lag. God, he got it.
Oh.
Patti LuPone's work and anything goes. Phenomenal. Okay, I think you did a fabulous job. Let's bring your teammate.
I know the answer now.
I understand. Let's bring
Okay.
your teammate back out.
Can we go?
Leslie, where were you when I was doing stand-up, Margarita? That's what I want to know. Why weren't you in the front row every single time? Alex Boniello just wrote in the chat and all.
I know who it is now.
Okay, here we go. Where's my girl?
But this question wasn't there, which was sorcery, because I was set to answer this said question on the screen.
I understand.
The
All of
answer
your
is
feelings
anything with Leslie Margarita.
All of your feelings are totally valid. I'm gonna ask that we're just gonna move right on so that we can get your partner in.
You
Here
did.
we go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying, and my video's not coming up.
You're perfect. We can see your sweet face now, Tony T. Are you ready?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. So it's going to begin this rapid fire boning section as soon as I ask the first question. And you've got 40 seconds this time. It's a ton of time. You ready?
Yes.
Here we go. Name something Broadway performers are doing while in lockdown.
Online videos.
Name a song from Phantom of the Opera.
All I ask of you.
Other than Beetlejuice, name a character from Beetlejuice.
Lila.
Other than Annie or Oliver, name an orphan character from a musical.
An orphan character? Artful Dodger?
Great. Name a show in which Patti LuPone has appeared.
War Paint?
Excellent. Boom. Good job, Tony T. Under the wire.
Good answer.
We didn't hear a ding, a bing, a bong, or a buzz. That was
That is
excellent.
time,
Tony
yeah.
Brown.
You were
Here we
much
go.
better than I was.
That's not true. Just
You were.
different.
It's that Point Park University education.
I'm through.
Let's see how you did, my friends. Okay. 4. Question number 1. Name something Broadway performers are doing while in lockdown. The number 1 answer was
Yep.
live stream performances.
So y'all got
We got
36 points for that one. That was the only correct answer we got.
Amazing. Can we
Okay.
see some of the other
I said
answers
videos.
just for fun?
Oh,
Here at BroadwayCon. Yeah, teaching classes, TikTok, working on exercising, and sleeping.
Sleeping.
nice.
The ever important we slept for a year.
Nice.
Okay, let's move on to question number 2. Name a song from Phantom of the Opera. You said, Jelani,
Think of me.
Show me Think of Me. Tony,
All
did
I
you
Ask
give the
of You.
same? Yes, you okay. Show me All I Ask of You. Boom! You're both up there. Let's see the other ones. So God will add those up. Don't worry, God's great at this. Let's see the other
Phantom of the
Phantom of the
Opera.
Opera songs. Yeah,
Phantom of the Opera, Music of the Night.
absolutely.
Masquerade.
That's right.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we're not even doing it. Overture
Love it.
is one. Angel of Music was another one. And The Point of No Return. There it is.
Masquerade was number one.
Number one.
Now,
That's
let me
weird.
Just, let me just say really quickly, Overture being one of the options rules to me because that is appropriate
Agreed,
for
Alex.
95% of shows ever.
Agreed. I'm glad that you pointed that out. Question number 3. Other than Beetlejuice, name a character from Beetlejuice. I was very impressed with both of you. Jelani, you said,
Ortho.
show me Otho. Boom.
Ortho.
I don't know if that should count, but
It does
it
count.
does.
100%.
You guys said like orthopedic, like
Tony,
ortho.
you said Otho. It's like Ursher.
Just
Tony,
bitter after I've already lost.
Tony, will you tell me who you said? Lydia. Show me Lydia.
No, she said Lila.
She said Lila.
Say Lydia.
Lila and Ortho.
Lydia also
Ortho.
goes by Lila. She gets all the points.
Thank you.
Can I please see the other answers?
Yeah, you can. Let's see them.
I don't know the show at all. Who? I don't
Lila.
Oh, I love it. Lila and Ortho is a vaudeville act. I
Maitland.
love it.
Yeah.
Adam.
Great.
Elia. Sky the Girl
By the
Scout.
Girl
Sandy?
Scout.
No Sandy? What?
So far, you've got 198 points by my calculations. You're very close. Question number 4. Other than Annie or Oliver, this is my favorite question. Name an orphan character from a musical.
Oh,
This one stumped you, Jelani, and I understand why. That's a lot.
I pick Alexander Hamilton now.
See? Yes, show me Alexander Hamilton.
Yep.
There it is. Tony, what'd you
Was a
say?
bastard orphan. I said Artful Dodger.
That's a good one.
Makes sense. Consider yourself an orphan. Show me Artful Dodger.
No!
Was beat out by
Another fake
other
out.
orphans. Not that's bad enough that he's an orphan. He doesn't even make it on there. Can you show me the other
Awful.
orphans?
Yeah.
We've
Artful
got
Dodger.
Cosette,
That's a good one. Elsa.
Elsa.
Elsa's an orphan?
That's why she's so frozen and
But doesn't she have two parents?
Who's Major General
Elsa.
Stanley?
Yeah, but they died.
But
That's why she has
Elsa,
to
but
run the
then why
kingdom.
wouldn't it be the other girl too?
It
Well,
could
that's
be.
just not what the fans
But
said.
when someone
That's
answers,
right, Ryan.
who's Major
Ryan,
General
can you dramaturg
Stanley?
this for us? Can you take us on the journey?
Dramaturg.
Oh,
Major General Stanley is from Pirates of Penzance.
Oh.
The modern Major General?
The
We're
modern
so
Major
very
General.
close to ending this. We've got one more question in this final boning round, and the question was, name a show in which Patti LuPone has appeared. And Jelani, you said
Anything
Anything
goes.
He goes.
Thank you and good night, everyone.
not up. He left the meeting. All right, let's see what your partner said. What did you say for the Patti LuPone
War
show,
Paint.
Tony?
War Paint.
Show me War Paint.
Woohoo!
War Paint was up there. We're gonna look at the other answers. God, can you tell
Evita.
me? Evita.
Of course.
Show me Evita. Yes. What else? Name them out,
Gypsy.
everybody. Yes, Gypsy. What else?
Company.
Company. Yes. What
Oh,
else?
yes.
Sunset
Boulevard. Oh.
What else?
Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not
Sweeney
up
Todd's a
there.
good one. Not up there, huh?
Can you believe it?
What else is
Yeah.
she in?
What about that one she did with
Hamilton.
Laura and Auntie? No, they're no white.
There's
ladies
nobody
at all.
old in Hamilton.
No white ladies at all.
No
Huge
white
part.
ladies at all.
Remember that show she did with Laura Benanti about being very anxious or right on the edge of being
Women
on the
on
verge?
on the verge.
There it is. And then she was somebody's spouse. This person made bread.
Baker's wife.
There
They-
it is.
oh.
Margarita.
Very nice.
So
Okay.
by my calculations, they got exactly 200 points. Congratulations! You won the boning round. You won feud. You each get a new car. You don't. I don't think there are any prizes at all, except for just being here and being present with us all tonight for BroadwayCon. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a ridiculous amount of fun. I cannot believe my luck. I'm so glad we got through it. I didn't think we were going to do it. The final score is 320, so you did win. Congratulations. I'm going to have God reach out to each of you specifically to tell you what you won. I bet there's some BroadwayCon swag that we can send your way. I want to thank the Rogers family. I want to thank the Hammerstein family. Thank you all for being here. I'm Jen Colella for BroadwayCon. Good night.
Sleep. It's my dance. Matching my background.
We are live.
Oh, we're live. Hello. Hello.
We are partying on Party Line. Hey.
Yeah, we've been dancing on our own.
Dancing. And I've been in a few panels and I realized this is always the place where I am, because in the apartment that I am in Toronto, this is the best place because it's by a window. So I don't have a ring light. So anyway, for anybody who's seen me in other panels of BroadwayCon,
Gotta find your light.
you gotta find the light. You gotta find the light. Hi, Melissa.
Hello. It's the end of BroadwayCon. Can I tell you about my space? This is the shower curtain.
Yes.
I get so excited to tell people, but I realize I haven't done so on a panel or live. How has your weekend been?
It's been good, thank you. It's been exciting to see that people have been able to experience, what we built. Now, it's the 6th BroadwayCon, but it's the 5th anniversary of BroadwayCon. Yeah,
that's always complicated. I think that's math, right?
Yeah.
It's been 5 years since the first BroadwayCon.
Yes. So it's number 6, 5th anniversary. Congratulations.
We started in the blizzard. We've now made it through a blizzard and a pandemic, and I would like that to be the end of natural phenomenon.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
that affect BroadwayCon.
But I'd like to think that it did bring some, a dose of what theater can mean to so many people. So thank you all for watching along the way.
Honestly been one of the beautiful things. I've been to more BroadwayCon panels this weekend than I ever get to go to in person. And so I'm listening to panels about audio theater. I'm listening to panels about accessibility. I'm finding out about all these projects that people are working on. I'm listening to the way our panelists have really brought themselves into this present and vulnerable space that they didn't, even owe us. And they're really beautifully communicating. And you start to see just how wide and vibrant and diverse the Broadway community is and should continue to be. And so we're just full at the end of every BroadwayCon, we get full of excitement and vigor to make the next one that much better. And I've never felt it more than this year.
And can you imagine, hopefully, next year will be, we don't know exactly when we're coming back online in terms of theater being able to be easily accessible safely everywhere, but whenever that is and whenever BroadwayCon can be similarly live and safe, what is it going to be like to be in these rooms with these performers, with these people and with each other? It's going to be really incredible.
Yeah, it really is. And, there's a lot of talk about there should be some element of this every year. And boy, do we agree. BroadwayCon has been trying for several years, I can say now, to do some sort of streaming component. So the jury is out, I guess, on whether all this kind of technology being so essential to everybody this year makes it easier or harder to do in the future. We are, we're a small business, and so doing everything we want to do is always very difficult. But we're gonna work on making sure there's some virtual component, no matter what.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing because obviously this has filled a void and a need, and I also think I certainly want it. So many people want to have live and in-person experiences also. So what is the future going to show in terms of both and,
right.
of wanting to be in the room where it happens, no pun intended,
See what
Like
you did
literally,
there.
that is so much what is so special about theater, that you're the only ones in that room that night when those performers are doing that show for you and the 1,000 other people in that room.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's amazing that Hamilton exists on Disney Plus. You can watch it and you still get a real feel for what it is to be a live performance, but it's still not ever going to be the same thing as being there in the room. So, you know.
It's sort of, so there's an, it's a long story, but there's an old documentary called We Are Wizards that I was a part of with the Harry Potter fandom. And what Brad Neely said in this documentary about the man was that the thing about the man is that a bunch of people get together and do the thing that the man doesn't want them to do. And oftentimes the man will turn around and be like, yeah, that's cool. And I feel like that about taped theater. I feel like once Hamilton paves the way and Diana is coming and other things, pave the way. And we see that people still want to go to theater, and it wasn't something to be so scared of, that the in-person experience is understood to be unique, even if you've witnessed it on screen.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll start to see things.
I mean, it used to be, the conventional wisdom used to be that if you did even a film adaptation, the fear was that it would kill box office for a theater. And it's proven to be the opposite. Like when Chicago, the film happened, the box office on Broadway exploded because people wanted that live experience. So
absolutely.
Yeah. So, Party Line, for people who may not be aware, started in 2016 in part because we had the blizzard.
Yeah.
And we started just saying we got to find ways to talk to people who can't be there. So what better way when we're in a pandemic that we can't all be together to reach people who, ordinarily we try to get them in the room, but can't be in the room. So we get to reach out so that they can say hello to you in the community, and we get to say hello to each other and just check in as a community. So I believe we have our first.
I believe so. We're gonna check for a second. We are, by the way, most things have been pre-recorded at BroadwayCon this year for obvious reasons, but this is legit live. I'm in my bedroom. We're watching the chat. This is real live. All right, we're gonna welcome our first guest. You may know her from Harry Potter and the Cursed Child. She plays a certain hyphenate student. You want to bring her in? Our techie people, I don't know how to do this. I don't want to hit the wrong button.
You're talking to
hello. Hi, Anthony, Melissa, nice to meet you. Hello.
Nice to meet you. Sorry that this is the venue in which we're meeting that's not in person,
No, I totally understand, and thank you for having me.
Where are you?
I'm in
by the way,
DC.
this is Nadia Brown, just by the way.
Yes, sorry. Yes, hello, Nadia Brown.
Where are you?
I'm actually in my parents' attic right now. I live in my parents' attic in New Jersey.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Right?
Spending time in parents' attics during the pandemic. Yes, it sounds accurate.
You look so slick. You look with the blue background. It's incredible.
Thank you.
Did they just have that, or did you go up and set it up?
Oh no, I had to get this, set it up, my ring lights in front. Yeah, but it's great because I can film things, do things like this. My mom's cooking spaghetti downstairs.
Nice.
Typical pandemic life. Yep.
Sure. Mm-hmm. So how has, this is the question, how have you found ways to, keep your spirit alive, your theater spirit alive, your artistic self alive during this challenging time?
It's honestly been, this 13 months have been, the theme of my life have been grow and learn fully about anything that I can, about acting classes over Zoom, voiceover classes over Zoom, or just diving into any subject and really, really getting into it, especially during this time. Any type of activism that I can do from my parents' attic, it has been very serious for me. And honestly, becoming an activist has made me a better person and actor and artist in every single way. So I've really kind of taken this time to foster myself, foster my mental care, my self-care and mental state, just making sure that I'm ready whenever Broadway comes back, that I feel good physically, mentally, emotionally, all of those things, and that I'm actually able to give myself over to the work.
That's
wonderful. You've been doing a lot with Be an Arts Hero.
Yeah. I love them so much. I literally made one video saying, hey, Cory Booker, because I'm in Jersey. Hey, Cory. Hey, Bob Menendez. Can you guys help us out? And from there, they've been so amazing in helping me work and get my voice out there, but then also feeling like I'm a part of something. And it's been so great to work with them. And I'm doing a little TikTok with them, which is always fun because I also love to dance and make videos and just do
sure
for fun. Yeah.
That's great. And then you said that this is something that the activist part is something that got awakened in this last year, or was that something that you were kind of dipping your toe into at all before that, or?
I think I was. Anything that would have happened, like, especially within the Black community, I was always on my radar, and it was always something that was important to me, but especially now that we all have an awareness and it's been infiltrated in our industry a ton,
Yeah.
and we're all able to have open discussions, honest discussions about things, has really, really invigorated me and just made me feel like I can just own myself as a Black woman, and I can use my platform, use my part in the show to talk about things and do things and teach other people and talk to other people, have a discourse, which has been really great.
Thank you for that, all of that.
Yeah, totally.
We're gonna keep these. Sorry, Kate Anthony.
No,
we're gonna
yes.
Zoom. We're gonna keep. BroadwayCon is usually once a year, but this year has taught us that we can't wait for another BroadwayCon to keep these conversations going, and so we're gonna keep doing it. And so I hope we can, whenever you're feeling ready and able, bring you into those as the year goes on.
I would love to. I love you guys. I love BroadwayCon. I had so much fun in person last year. So
Thank
yes.
you.
Awesome.
Yeah. How long had you been in Cursed Child before the shutdown? Like how?
It was almost about to be my first year, like totally. I had opened with the show in March 2019.
Yeah.
And a week before the shutdown was supposed to be our finalization of that contract, and I was gonna do another year as well.
Yeah.
So my favorite castmates, some of them did not get to make their Broadway debut, which was really tough. But I had a great time while I was in the show.
Such a bizarre world. We have a video question. We want to make sure we get to that before we lose time. Yes, here's somebody asking you something.
Oh, fun.
Hi, Blizzard Party Line guests. During the pandemic, what's been your favorite Broadway-related content you've seen online?
Ooh, that's such a great question. Honestly, I love the Ratatouille TikTok musical. I was like, okay, yes.
I heard about that, yes.
Super fun. And honestly, just any time a Broadway actor or anyone does something that's like a performance live over Zoom, it's just been really great to see people, how they've used this new platform that we love, that we're constantly on. It's really cool to see how creative people have been, and to see our favorite stars like at home doing normal stuff just like we do. So
yeah, I mean, even when I saw I think it was New Year's Eve when Billy Porter sang, in Times Square, it's just like that thing that Broadway people have is just no one else has that thing. I'm sorry.
And it's not stopping us. We're not stopped, we're still, the magic is still within us.
I mean, I know he's TV star Billy Porter, also Emmy winner, but it's still, he's at core always, Broadway star.
Yeah,
so
fully, yes.
Oh, well, please continue to take good care of yourself and stay safe and sane, and thank you so much for doing the important work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you.
No, it's onward and upward, but we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much, Nadia.
My pleasure. Bye.
God bless you. It's really
she's wonderful. She's I just see her out there really working despite what's been going on in her industry. It's really great. Well, we have our next one. Actually, I know we're live right now, but our next one was pre-recorded right before this to accommodate a certain person's schedule as they waved through a window.
Are you guys ready? BroadwayCon backstage
I'm
people to click the.
ready.
There it is. Here it is. Oh, we get to watch you get to see us watching ourselves have this conversation.
Simplicity.
Hi, Ben.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm okay. You're in Los Angeles?
I'm in Los Angeles. I'm on the east side. It's very beautiful and sunny. And my dog is here. Maybe hold on. Let me see.
I've seen the TikToks of your dog.
I'm just really exploiting him as much as
Oh, adorable.
What's his name?
George, for obviously for Sunday in the Park.
Wait, mine too. Literally for that reason.
Your dog is George?
My dog is George, based on that George.
There's another George.
We have
That's
George
awesome.
twins.
We have
I
George.
think you spent part of the
right here.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What? Oh, yeah. See. Yes.
When he was a puppy and was exploring things, did you walk around behind him going, "Connect, George, connect"?
Yes, and I also, whenever I need to get his attention, I say, "Hello, George."
Yes, yes.
You just go bloop
And
bloop
I've
bloop
never
bloop
felt
bloop
closer to
bloop
you.
bloop 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 bloop. Poke him.
And he doesn't understand what's going on.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, I have so many questions.
Did you spend part of the pandemic in New York though too?
Not really. Right when it kind of started, my whole family flocked back to home to my parents' house. So I lived with my parents for pretty much most of the first year, other than when I was shooting the Evan Hansen film. And then when I came back from Evan Hansen, I was like, time to get my own space.
Oh, so you have worked during the pandemic also?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, because I've been doing that too. How did you find? Yeah, how did you find the whole experience of masking and unmasking and like all that stuff? Like
It was a little scary. We were also like, we went in the fall, which was still kind of early for things to be starting up. We were one of the first, I think, studio films to go in COVID. So it was all very like new territory, kind of like first ones on the moon vibe. So I didn't really know what to expect. And it definitely takes, I'm sure you've experienced, takes a lot of the camaraderie out of it, and it makes it a lot more isolating. And
yes,
like fortunately and unfortunately, Evan Hansen is kind of already that type of piece. So
I don't know what you mean. Can you please explain? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't track. What?
About a lonely teenager.
I understand. I understand.
So at least in that way, it kind of fed into that experience, which wasn't like the happiest, but ultimately I think helps it feel meaningful. But I wouldn't, I'm hoping that as everybody gets their shots, we can go back to a little bit more.
Yes. And have you been able to get your shots or?
Yes, I'm double Moderna. The second one kind of knocked me out for like 24 hours, but it was totally fine, thankfully. And now I get to have my friends over for dinner. It's great.
Oh, I know. So in Canada, we have been slower here, and I didn't even know I was going to be able to get anything, but I did get my first Pfizer just a few days ago.
All
but
right.
I won't be able to get my second one until months later. So when I get back to New York,
it's like year by year or something they're doing.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
it's like I'm old enough.
I know,
but Ken's not old enough. He's 35, so he's not yet eligible.
Yeah, my boyfriend Noah is shooting The Good Doctor there, and so I had to only on his visit home here did we get him a shot, but I made sure to get him shotted up while he was
very good, very good. Yeah, so you're overall doing okay with everything,
Yes, considering the sort of nightmarish time that everyone is having and how horrible it's been for so many people. I've been really, really fortunate, and I've been really lucky to have my family around the whole time and to get to make something like Evan Hansen and focus on something and channel all this weirdness into something and onto an album as well. And so I would all things considered very, very happy. And Noah returns to me this week from his shoot finally for the summer. So that's
great.
I wanted to ask about your album. Can you tell people a little bit about it?
Of course, yeah. It won't be till the summer, but the first song comes out this coming week on Friday.
Cool.
Yeah, it'll be really fun. It's called Imagine. I'll start like doing all those cryptic teasing things everybody does online, but it's a really fun song. And
are you going to put out an evil Nike shoe to go along with it that then gets recalled by Nike?
Pretty much. There are shoes involved, funnily enough, in the art, but there's no humping of the devil. Although I did love that video.
Yeah.
Yes, same energy. Yes.
Anthony, have you seen Ben's TikToks?
I'm not. I need to. TikTok scares me.
Yeah, don't bother. I mean, if you don't have to.
They're so like
I'm
delightful.
not anti seeing your TikToks. I believe you. I will seek them out.
They're basically me just kind of spiraling towards insanity. We all are.
Yeah.
That's what's delightful. It captures,
the weirdness. And there's lots of wigs that I have in my trunk that I get to use, and it's great.
Have you ever done full drag?
No, but I'm literally dying to. I was just talking to Noah about this. I really want to find the right occasion to go all in. Right now, I'm like too attached to my beard because Evan Hansen's over, and I'm like, I never want to go away again.
Yes.
But one day I really want to go like absolutely full, like tuck, like shape, abs, everything.
Yes. Do you have a mama? Somebody who can guide you?
I don't. There's a few like dream mamas that I have.
I bet if you reach out to those dream mamas, they would say yes, of course. I'm just saying.
Well, Jan once put Noah in drag, so I'm hoping maybe she could do both of us.
Yeah. Well, you heard it here. The scoop. That's our scoop.
I love it.
On the party line.
We
also. Yeah.
Talk about a warm
Yes.
environment to do so. You know.
Exactly. Fully embracing, I think.
We also, we're using this weekend because of everything's been going on as an opportunity to also just acknowledge that there's like an opportunity for real transformation in the theater world, and not to put you on the spot, but knowing the kind of human being that I've known you to be for the number of years I've known you to be, that you've always treated people with utmost respect, that you've done your job with professionalism and heart and passion and all the things that we always want people to do. Whenever you make it back to New York in the theater world proper, know that we're trying to make some good changes for how people treat each other, and that you would, of course, be I think you would feel it more mirrored your pure heart than it sometimes has in the past.
Absolutely. And I'm like we all are, I'm just missing it so much in general. And I think, like many people, it's overwhelming because it's such an important conversation, and it's such a detailed, kind of complicated conversation that we're having while simultaneously trying to figure out how to get it up in the first place.
Yep.
So I sometimes feel like so overwhelmed by all of it that I don't even know where to start.
Yes.
So I feel like I'm just trying to really take it day by day and listen to everybody and make sure that production by production and rehearsal by rehearsal and piece by piece, we take it one step at a time. But most of all, I just really can't wait.
Isn't it amazing? What is that going to be like? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I think it'll be unmatched energy and euphoria,
Yes.
regardless of what the show is, even if it's like, Night Mother.
Oh.
We've been asking people what show, if they any show that has ever played, if that could be your first night back, what show would that be?
Like any production from any year or anything?
From whatever, from year zero.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, my first answer, not to be boring, is if the Sunday in the Park original production could reincarnate with Mandy and Bernie and everybody, that would be, I don't think I'd ever recover. But in a more, I guess, realistic, generalized way, I mean, I've seen Wicked 32 times. I would love to see it a 33rd time. Just I feel like
Is that the show you've seen the most? Is that like the number one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Other than shows that I've been in, that's the one I've seen the most for sure.
And approximately how many Elphabas and Galindas do you think you've seen? Do you have any?
At least like 18 or 20.
Wow.
Amazing.
I've seen a lot of them. I've seen a lot of magical pairs. Eden Espinosa and Megan Hilty was one of my favorite pairs I ever saw.
Yeah.
And then I went back and saw Jessica Vosk like 3 times last year. So I just am ready for, I feel like that show is just so emblematic of like the butterflies, like the theater butterflies. So I feel like that would be a really beautiful one.
Eden sang at the cabaret at BroadwayCon last year. She sang Alone by Heart, and she tore the roof off.
Yes.
I couldn't believe what I was watching.
Good. I'm glad she picked an easy one.
Right? And I don't know how to voice. I know literally zero about voice, but all I hear is people say that song is like incredibly hard.
Yes, it's all like up here, like screaming. Yes.
Yes, it sort of just hits that spot and then just stays for 3 minutes.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
But if there's anyone that can do it, she can.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. And please say hi to Noah, and please say hi to your family, and enjoy whatever free time you have, because I'm sure you're going to be very busy when things can be busy again.
From your mouth to God's ears.
Yes.
Thanks, you guys.
But all the very best to you.
We'll get to be in person next time.
Yes, and stay safe. What a good person.
He is.
I got to be at his. So we have. Speaking of, there is a good person waiting to come in this party.
There is.
One of the
There
very
is.
best people I've ever known.
She is known for hosting BroadwayCon Feud there
Biggest claim to
for
fame.
lots of things.
Oh, yeah.
Being the BroadwayCon Feud major domo.
But talking about like pure hearts. Oh my goodness, one of the purest hearts ever.
Legit.
Pure heart, Jen Colella.
What's going on, my friends?
Hello.
Hi.
It is
Hello.
not BroadwayCon.
I'm
Let's
hugging
hug
you.
you.
That's for
Come on.
you, Anthony. I'm putting my whole body on you. You know I like a full body
I do.
hug. I like
I
knees
do.
to
and
knees.
I give consent to that 100%.
You do.
all the
You do
time.
melt into me in a very sweet, safe, loving way. You really do
Yes.
trust me in that way. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Well, you've earned it. You've always conducted yourself with the utmost respect and care and love and light.
That means so much to me coming
I
from you,
know.
man, because I look
It's
up to
true.
you very much.
Yeah. Oh, where are you right now?
I'm in a hotel in Midtown in quarantine
Oh,
with the
yeah.
cast from Come From
Yes.
Away.
I heard a rumor about this. Yes.
Yeah, because we're about to shoot the live capture, so we're
amazing.
currently all waiting. It should be any moment now that we get the okay that we can go meet up on the roof for our first drink together.
Oh, and that's because of like
it's-
COVID protocols. They have to like.
We've
you know-
had 3 COVID tests in the course of the past week, and
Yep. Wow.
we've been in quarantine alone here in the hotel. And now we're just the test results are starting to roll in, and they're going to
Yes.
open up the rooftop for us. I mean, we'll still be 6 feet apart from one another,
Yes.
but finally to be near one another feels like
Oh.
absolute heaven to me.
And which cast is it? Is it? I don't know if that's public information or not, but which version of the cast is it?
It's primarily most of the folks who were in the show right before Broadway shut down when
Got
the
it.
pandemic hit.
Yeah.
They tried to maintain as many of those folks as possible.
Yeah. And are you?
Yeah.
What color hair are you gonna have in the movie version?
It's whatever this is my natural hair color. I know we're not used to it, but this is my natural.
It looks sharp.
You know, I went
That's
to-
all I gotta say.
Thanks.
You know?
Do you like it? Okay,
Yes.
good.
I'm not used to it.
I went to go live with a shaman and his family in the Amazonian jungle of Peru, and I did ayahuasca and ceremony for a couple weeks, and I realized that I don't need to color my hair anymore. That was the big takeaway.
I love
You
it.
know, I saw Come From Away. I went with Patrick Hines. Remember when we saw you? You had just come back from that then.
Wow.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
How is
yeah.
everything? What's happening?
I mean, you
How's-
know, we're having BroadwayCon in the middle of a pandemic. It's been
Yep.
kind of amazing to be able to share this with people.
Yeah.
And we're also having not only a pandemic, but also a real reckoning, you know, in the
Indeed.
theater community. And we're
Indeed.
trying to take that seriously too. And I know 100% that you're somebody who's always done your part to cultivate and conduct yourself, but also not only conduct yourself, but also be responsible for trying to cultivate an energy and an environment of well-being and care and love. So
Absolutely, I do try to say that. Thank you for being such a sweet mirror back to me in that regard. You're so eloquent, Anthony.
Oh,
I miss you. I miss your head as much as I miss your heart, man.
well, thanks. Yeah. So yeah, we're trying. Trying to do my part. I'm talking to a lot of different people, trying to stir some stuff up and make this a lasting transformational moment. You know.
Right on. Indeed. Yes,
And
it's
we're-
a shift. It's a huge energetic shift that we've needed for quite some time. I think it's quite beautiful.
Yeah. Where on the BroadwayCon side, you know, like events, the event industry has been, I mean, we all know, we're all aware, just as much as Broadway. And so we're in this sort of like big meet point between events and Broadway together
Yes.
in terms of impact. But we're trying. We're going to try and keep these conversations going all year and make sure that we don't have to wait another year to have a BroadwayCon, because we're used to having conversations like this at BroadwayCon. We're going to step it up a bit, and we need to step it up a bit, and we need to get better. But we're used to at least having that can open
Indeed.
at BroadwayCon. And so I'm so glad that somebody like you is along the ride with us, because it's going to be hard and it's going to be.
From day one, man, from the first moment
Day
that
one.
I
Absolutely.
tapped you on the shoulder, like, hey, what do you think about this? You know, thank you.
Absolutely. I'm delighted. I love it so much. I'm so grateful that you trust me, both of you, and that you want me to be a part of this. I just find it such a beautiful way for us to connect with each other and with the fans. It's awesome.
Amen.
Speaking of fans, we got a question from a fan. for
Okay,
you.
great.
And our beautiful tech team will bring it up.
Right on.
Hello, this is Colin. I am currently a junior at Hunter College, and I am pursuing a project with the Mellon Public Humanities Scholarship that links theater and theatrical performance with Irish politics and activism. So I was wondering, how do you think theater can be used as a means for activism and social justice?
the right person to ask.
Are we? I mean, come on. First of all, I'm in love with this person.
Yes.
What a beautiful, resplendent soul just popped into our screen. That's what I'm talking about with BroadwayCon. Like, all of a sudden, it's not these cursory, oh, hi, moments at the stage door. I get to see into this beautiful soul, to hear what this person's working on and what they are really wondering about as far as the theater goes. That is the beauty of BroadwayCon right there. To answer your question to the best of my ability, I think it's exactly what we're talking about. I mean, theater has the ability to change people's minds and hearts all the time. And I think, again, we're at a turning point wherein we can start to tell stories that are new and that are current and that are uncomfortable and raw and beautiful and real. And we don't have to keep worrying that we're going to... I don't know. I'm okay not doing a revival for a little while. I would just like to see all of these new stories and these new voices come forth so that we can move people into this shift of consciousness in the way that we need to. It's a revolution right now, and I think theater is a huge gateway for that revolution. What do you think,
Amen.
Anthony?
I think you're right. And I think that you're actually working on something that kind of does some of what you're talking about. Is that true? This little... something or other, musical something or other. I'm not talking Come From Away. There's another project, right?
The Suffragists.
Yes.
Is
Oh,
that
that's
what
a
you
whole
mean?
other one.
Yes.
I was talking about the Flame,
this-
but tell me about the Suffragists.
Oh, the Flame as well. Yes. I'd love to talk about both of them. The Suffragist is something I've been working on for a few years now with Lee Silverman and Shayna Taub and Nikki M. James, a bunch of other amazing people. It's an all-female cast and crew, and it's just one of the most beautiful stories ever about the women's suffrage movement. And it's not just about how they fought, it's about the fight and the struggle within, and how they weren't all inclusive of Black women, and it was because they were worried that was going to stop the race to equality. And there were also age struggles and like new upstarts coming in and wanting to shake things up, and the older regime that's like, we have to play cool. And I'm proud to say that I'm part of the older regime now. That feels right. And I'm very, very excited about it. And then, yes, there's another musical that's a podcast called The Flame, that is a lesbian musical written by lesbians, starring primarily lesbians. I like to say lesbian as much as I possibly can. And it's a beautiful romp that is hilarious and also quite moving, about this lesbian bar that is threatened to close, and it's how they all rally together to keep it and themselves alive and thriving.
So great.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
excited.
I
I'm
remember.
stoked about it.
Watch anything you put out.
I've known Jen for a
Thanks,
very,
Melissa.
very, very long time. I don't know exactly how many years, but I know that it sort of took the world kind of a little longer to catch up with catapulting you to your long-deserved notoriety. So I'm just thrilled to see that people keep coming to you to ask you to be a part of things, that you're generating these things yourself. I know too. So it's
Thank you,
fantastic.
Anthony. I really appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah,
Truly,
yeah.
it means a lot to me coming from you, man.
Of course. I love you very much.
We love you. Thank you so
I love
much.
you too. Thank you for having me. Anytime. I'll do anything for the two of you. I'd follow you to the ends of the world.
And have a great time and Come From Away.
I will do.
It's so
All right.
good to know that that's
Take
happening.
good care of
see you soon.
yourselves. Bye, my friends.
Bye. She is like, we talk about Andrew Barth Feldman as he's like the Prince of BroadwayCon. we joke about that.
Yes.
She is like the soul beating heart. She's like she's one of those. She's just such light. I love her so much.
Now we have the mad genius of BroadwayCon coming in, maybe the chaos.
The mad genius. The sort of he's been like a barker. He's been a comedian for BroadwayCon. He's how do I tease him?
The sweaty game player. Sweat.
Sweaty game player.
You
gotta say his name 3 times.
Oh, interesting.
How about
Let
that?
him in? Should we let him in? Sir, are you here? Hello.
Is he here?
Hello.
We're waiting. It's coming. The
he's,
tech takes a second sometimes. Tech just
he's gonna
takes a second.
He's gonna swear probably a little bit.
The magic has to
cursing. He's on his way. Oh, he's on his way. I do want to say that I want to go back, and it's like a humble brag, but I got to be at Ben's last performance as Evan Hansen.
Oh,
That's one of the
wow.
when we were talking about what it's going to be like to be in theaters and how excited people are going to be. I think of nights like that.
What?
So,
What is it?
When Ben Platt did his last performance of Evan Hansen, you might have
Are
heard
you
of him.
kidding me?
might have-
We're talking about Ben Platt and I'm
yeah,
here.
that's
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, you took a long time to come in the room. You know,
I was preparing my props. I have props.
Oh dear.
I'm excited for this.
We did describe you as a chaos monkey
Mhm.
for BroadwayCon. Would you say
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
accurate?
Yeah,
You come
that's
into
accurate.
BroadwayCon, you do things and try to
Yeah,
disrupt.
we get nuts. We get crazy. Hi everybody.
Hello.
Guess
Where are
what?
you? Where are you?
I'm in Oklahoma City.
Why?
In-laws and
Okay.
and more space and all that. But last time I was here, we had found that there were 2 bins of Beanie Babies, and we have all of them, and including the Princess Diana one.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That's
And
worth
so yeah, no, so that's what I wanted to bring up because I thought it was
Yeah.
interesting. Is that I went through and I looked up online. I was like, these are worth something. Like some of these have typos, and if you
That's
look for the right typo on the back, they're worth something. And then I looked at them and I was like, there's like thousands of dollars of Beanie Babies in here. And then I looked it up kind of even further, and it's all kind of a hoax.
Wait,
It's
you're
not
blowing
real.
my mind right now.
Yeah, it's not real. There's a
real.
big like it's about value and what it's worth. Like it could be, but no one's paying for it. Like if you actually go on eBay, it's like they're like it could be. Like there's one listed for like 15 grand, and the first bid is like $2.
That's
Oh, see.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about my new book that I'm just kidding. I haven't read it.
I was waiting for it. I thought you were gonna tell me something.
No, I
debut.
don't have a scoop. I just am psyched to be here.
Yeah, we're just
Thank
happy
you.
to see you.
How many BroadwayCons do you think you've been a part of at this point? Like this is the 6th one. Do you think you've been a part of every single year?
In some respect, I've been, I think, a part of all of them.
Thank
I think
you.
in some respect, some of them I've been there for all of the days, like didn't spend a wink anywhere else. And then
Yes.
unfortunately, like I think maybe the School of Rock here, or maybe at one of them, it was like
Yeah.
a minute or two,
Yeah,
and that was
yeah.
heartbreaking
Yeah.
because I had to like pop in and pop out, and that was dreadful because it's so much fun to be there.
Yes.
There's definitely like we welcome hundreds of people into BroadwayCon, but there's definitely a core that have been so deep and part of it that anything you want to do, just let us know.
I will. I have plans for the future when this is all opened up. I want to do a show there, a one-man thing for a second. I want to test out. I want to do a cabaret. There's so many things that have all of a sudden now built up over this last year that you go, I'll do that thing when I have time,
Yes.
or I'll do that thing when I'm blah blah blah. And all of a sudden you get a year where they go, guess what, dude, you got time.
Yeah.
And so you got to make good on it. So,
So
we've been
have you
working
been
on.
have you been writing? Have you been like doing some of your own kind of creative
Been
stuff?
writing. Yep. I'm working currently. I have 2 plays in development, which is super exciting.
Wow,
and
cool.
and neither of them are funny. they're very dark and sort of topical in nature. I'm on just found out that I'm writing something that is an immersive sort of production that's going to be either heading to Vegas or London of a show that's based on the movie It's All Gone Pete Tong, which is a movie from the 90s about a DJ that loses his hearing at the top of his game. So sort of Sound of Metal, but from the 90s.
Sure. I'm sorry, you
so
said either Vegas or London.
Well, they're working on a venue and working on where it would work, and
Very good.
it's going to be an immersive, accessible,
Yes.
sort of putting you in the space of the guy's head kind of thing. We're just in the very early stages of it. I just sort of found out about it, so
Cool.
I am busy in the way that feels like I'm vibrating.
Yeah.
You know, that thing where you're like, it's good. I'm just, I don't know when sleep is or what sleep is.
Sure. Yes.
Other than that, I'm working on 2 cartoons, which has been really fun.
Were you doing the voice work, you mean? Or
Yeah, doing a cartoon. One is on Netflix that gets released in October called Dead India, where I play a pug that was once possessed by the devil named Pugsley.
Yes.
And of course, and then I'm currently on season 1 of this show called Hell of a Boss, where I play a creepy robotic clown named Fizzerali.
That's awesome. Had you done that kind of voiceover work before? Or is this new to you, or?
No, Beetlejuice opened the door for me.
Great.
Having that sort of voice showcase 8 times a week let a lot of people in on a secret that I think nobody else knew about me, which I could sort of do that stuff. And so it became like a really wonderful audition every night when somebody was in the audience. They're like, he's good at that. It's what it's got me to do the Beetlejuice sort of cameo on Teen Titans.
Cool.
They were there and they're like, well, why not just him do it?
That's great.
It was great. How are you guys?
You know, it's a wild time. I'm in Toronto working on season 4 of Star Trek Discovery, so I'm lucky to be working. And it's also strange to be working with everything going on. So it's just like, yeah, I feel very, very fortunate.
On a very personal and weird level, it's going to make you feel, Anthony, like you're 500 years old.
Well, I already feel that way, but yes.
It's one of those. I just thought, because I knew I was going to be chatting with you, and it's one of those cool moments where I don't ever want to not say something if I have to say it. Is that you're one of the reasons I do this. Like, you're genuinely one of the reasons that I wanted to do theater. And I know you've heard that a lot because you're Anthony Rapp, but you are continuously have been one of those people that when I follow you, I go, that's the type of career that I would love to have. You're in the way you're doing it. And so I just like, you just have always, since I was a kid, inspired me. I had the Rent book like everybody else with the duct tape on the spine and ruined it because I read it so much. And so anytime I see you, it's like worth mentioning, just like, I know you think that you're probably an important figure in the field of musical theater in a good way, not in a narcissistic way. You must be. It's just facts. But it should never go without saying how many people you inspired to do this thing when it wasn't cool yet.
Thank you so much.
Because it wasn't cool when I was doing it, and you made it seem cool. And I was like, that's why I want to do this, because if he's cool, and no, you're not.
I'm a bit but thank you.
Right. No, exactly. But I was like, that's me.
That's amazing thing. That's an amazing thing to say. Thank you.
My pleasure. It's true.
Wow.
And Melissa, you have not inspired me yet, but I imagine that.
Fine. We got time. Alex. I've only known you for like 6 years.
No, I owe you so many. I owe you so many people that are my fans. I owe you so many people that continue to connect with me. And so both of you are a big part of my life in ways that you probably don't understand.
That's
people
incredible.
Like you in the Broadway community who are willing to come and share of themselves at BroadwayCon have made BroadwayCon a huge part of what has made BroadwayCon what it is. Well, and the fact that you come and play with and are like honest and open with people every year is amazing.
I love it. It really genuinely feels like I'm swimming in a fish tank when you're there. You're like, there's a lot of people here.
Yes.
And I missed that. I didn't realize how much I would miss that and take it for granted until I couldn't go.
I know.
Next year, man. Next year is going to be an explosion of love. It's just going to be coming at us from all corners. But we've been telling people this is going to be an ongoing, like it won't be a year until the next BroadwayCon thing happens. We're going to keep that conversations. We're going to keep opening up this channel between talent and fan and making that into community.
Well, you know where I live. I'm around wherever you need me. I'm surrounded by Beanie Babies. And I'm also surrounded by my little Beanie Baby over there. My dog Kevin. He's the life-size Beanie Baby.
That's awesome.
Oh,
who's sleeping right next to me.
I would die for Kevin.
You're not the only one.
It would be remiss of me not to ask what's up with the Chicago poster, because I'm a Chicago native and you're in Oklahoma City, so I'm just confused. So
my wife is a casting director on Chicago, the Chicago shows on NBC, Chicago
That's
Fire
what
PD
it is.
and Med.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so her parents are very proud of her.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good.
Alex, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Being here, and we will see you the next time in person.
I bid you both adieu. I love you very much, and I will see you around the block.
And thank you so much for your words. That was incredible.
There's more to come, but I will talk to you guys later.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Bye, guys.
Alex.
Wow.
How does that feel, huh?
It's wild. I mean, it's like, yes, I do. I mean, I'm grateful for those words. It's wild to have them said like so publicly. It's really incredible.
Makes me happy. We have one more guest. He is magic. That's all I'll say.
Is he ready to go though? He is ready. Yes.
Yep. So saith the techies in the chat.
Yeah, I got big questions for you, sir. I got big questions for you.
Mr. James Monroe Iglehart.
Hello.
Hello. Don't you look charming and happy?
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
So,
Hello, Mr. Rapp.
Hello, sir. My biggest question is, like, when I think of you, I always think of, you know, like just like life force, light energy coming out of you, beaming off of your body and soul and spirit, and just like filling a room. And, you know, I imagine that this year has been challenging, and yet here you are, you appear on our little screen, and it immediately, the same thing happens. So if you could share with me and us anything that you've been sort of returning to help keep that spirit alive in yourself during these very challenging times, because clearly you've found some way to do that.
Honestly, to be really, really honest, I really just look towards what makes me happy, and it's my family. You know, the crazy part is, you know, what we do for a living. And most of the time, my wife and I always laugh that, you know, really don't get to see her. We've been married for damn near 20 years, but I see my cast more than I see my wife.
Yeah.
So we have to look at the silver lining of this crazy, stupid, awful pandemic. And the one silver lining was I was at home. So my wife had me at home. So she was like, don't you want to do the dishes? I like when wives ask you questions that aren't really, they're not really questions. They're more like commands. But if you ask us the questions, it's like, don't you want to do the dishes? Don't you want to cook dinner? Let's go to lunch. So like, yes, you know, baby, let's do that. So having my niece and her who's like my daughter, who I raised, her husband is here, and my wife is here. And, you know, just remembering what's really, really important, remembering that, yes, this Broadway thing is great, this TV thing is awesome, but when you take all that, when you strip all that mess away and years go by and you're not doing this mess anymore, what is important? And it's your family, and my family just makes me happy. Also, streaming is wonderful. I've been able to watch all the 80s cartoons. You know, back when I was a kid, you know, my mom wouldn't let me, you know, videotape He-Man and G.I. Joe, but that mess is on streaming. So I can watch like hours of bad 80s cartoons all day long. So that's kind of what's been keeping me going, that and just this wonderful community that we do have. So like I call my friends, you know, we laugh and text, you know, just remembering what's important and, you know, keeping everybody safe, but family and friends, that's the thing that keeps me going and keeps me smiling.
Yeah, thank you. Have you found yourself drawn into any of the sort of activist things that have also, those kinds of conversations that have been percolating over the last year, especially more recently, but, you know, certainly last summer?
Yeah, big time. I mean, you can't not do it. I just choose to do it a little bit more silently than others. I know a lot of people like to be, I'm totally okay with you being a social activist. What I mean by social media activist, I'm totally okay with you being, you know, a public activist. I like to go, I know when it's time to say something, I'm going to say something, but I'm like, what can I do besides just posting something? What can I do besides just reposting something that a friend of mine posted? My friend posted this. Oh, James, you going to post this? No, I want to know what else I can do. So I call people. Okay, where are we going? Who are we calling? What are we doing? Are we calling governors? Are we calling senators? Are we emailing people? Who do we talk to? What's happening? What can I actually do that's going to make a difference besides someone getting on my Instagram, seeing it and giving me 1,000 likes and going, oh, look, he's woke, man. Look, I'm a black man. I've been woke since I was born. So me posting something, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's not going to do nothing, but you know, let me do something. So yeah, I mean, this whole thing is ridiculous. I mean, every time there was a week where I was like, you know what? Can't watch the news. Cannot watch it. Yes. Will I be late on what's going on? Sure. But I'm so angry, and that's not my personality. But literally, I woke up just pissed off one day, and I was like, nah, I can't do this. So if I can do something, yes, I will go out and do it. And tell me where I need to be to say something to look important, to make our cause look important and be important, great, I'm there. But yes, have I been a part of this? Oh, most definitely.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to say something?
Yeah. So I've been able to experience BroadwayCon this year because I never get to, but now I've been able to like watch it, you know? Yeah. And what's really striking is that those conversations are percolating everything. Every panel, every conversation circulates back around. And you're right, that performativism is real and action is important, but people being so willing to get out there and bring their whole selves into all this has been really inspiring. And so, but please take care of yourself, please.
Oh no, we're definitely taking care of ourselves. I think the great thing about like I said, you always, no matter how terrible things are, you try to find the silver lining of it. And there's a moment where when things are happening in your world, you realize this is our job. This is just our job. We get paid to sing and dance and act, direct, produce, be on television, but that's just our job. What's happening in the world right now is our lives. What's happening in the world right now is a part of our world. And we won't have a Broadway. We won't have television. We won't have these wonderful, fantastical fantasy things to go see and pay money to go do if our world is terrible, because you won't have time for that. I'm not saying what we do isn't important. What we do is important. We entertain. We take people away from the craziness of what's going on in the world, and that needs to be had, because some people have crazy lives. So they go, watch Star Trek, and I am a Trekker, so I love you, boy. I love you for so many reasons, but so many things. So yeah, I'm with you. From Adventures in Babysitting to Star Trek, bro. I'm with you. So you know what I mean. So it's like we have these things so that you can get away. But when things happen on the news where the people look like you, it's time for us to use the platforms that we have to not just post something, but go out and be the people that need to be there on the ground and do something. And for those of us who aren't on the ground, what can we do? What can we use our platforms behind the scenes to use that power that get those famous people tickets for shows that they should really pay real money for? Let's use that for something else. And you go, yo, I'm James Iglehart from Jeannie, from Hamilton. What do you need me to say? Where do you need me to be? Who do you need me to talk to? So when those folks see my face, they go, oh, that's that dude. Yeah, I'm listening too. I'm not just at home, playing Nintendo because I ain't got nothing better to do with my time. Let's do something. So that's the thing that is interesting, because the Broadway people, our community, the Hollywood community, they are doing something, because we realize that, look, this is just our job, but it's like everybody else's job. These folks are out here working their butts off. So since we aren't working, maybe we should be working on doing something important. And then we can get back to, once this is all done, we can get back to being the fantasy, the dream, the Christmas present, because we all work on Christmas. We can go back to being that, but right now, until that's done, let's get this work done so people feel safe to come back to see us do what we do.
Amen. Thank you. You got my allyship for that 100%.
Anytime you need me, bro, call. I'm there.
Our stage is, with no expectation, our stage is open to you whenever. BroadwayCon is not going to end at the end of this particular thing. It's going to be, conversations are going to be going on all year. So if you have anytime, James, our stage and our mic and our platform is just open for you whenever you want it.
Please give me a call. I love BroadwayCon. I mean, I'm a comic book nerd. Like I said, I'm a Trekker. I'm a comic book nerd. So they had Comic-Con. When you guys made BroadwayCon, I was like, I'm there.
You and I have been trying to talk about Harry Potter for months.
For days. I got 8 wands. 8 wands. That's ridiculous. And I've been good, like I said, during this pandemic, my wife was like, you can buy no more wands. We have to save money. I was like, okay, fine.
Yes.
I'll just keep the 8 I have, so.
So good.
No more wands.
As always, you just you touch my heart. You touch my heart with your spirit and you just come through so powerfully.
Thank you very much. That means a lot, bro. Thank you.
Absolutely. And take good care of yourself. Take good care of
I know you have family stuff, yeah.
Do those dishes.
I got family. Oh, I will be. Trust me. That my wife's cooking, which means I got to go do dishes, and the family's here, which means they're eating. They're eating.
Yes.
Anybody who has family who just come over and just eat all your food and leave. They just eat everything and then leave. And you go. And you're I'm the old person now, so I'm the mom and the dad. So when I was a kid, we would eat, leave, and just leave all the stuff for the mom and dad. I'm like, that's me now. Damn it.
Karma.
So
comes
I'm
around.
just waiting for them to get old. But by the time it happens to them, I'll be dead. So it won't really make a difference.
Not for a long time. We need you around for a long time.
That's my plan.
Long time.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so
James,
much.
it's so wonderful. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Have a wonderful night.
Thank you guys too. Night.
Oh man. Oh, Melissa.
I was just doing. I know. What a light. My goodness. And it's just it's like I said to James. All everything's bleeding together in a good way, in a very needed and positive way. And that's what struck me watching all these panels, is that everything is so alive and present in a way that it hasn't been. What a change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That sounds vague. It's just, yeah.
Well, it's like there have been blind spots, certainly on everyone's part, understandable blind spots, but now it's like there's so much light is shining around. It's just, it would be in some ways more unbelievable if it didn't get this. It would be dissonant somehow. It would be like, I think, we can't, the temperature of everything has changed so much. So.
Yeah. And that's why, I mean, I've been saying it to the guests, but I want to say it here officially because we haven't quite announced it. But we always think of BroadwayCon as starting and ending over a couple of days. And that doesn't feel viable anymore. We can't wait another year to have the kind of conversations that we've been having all weekend. And we can't wait another year to use BroadwayCon's platform and to use BroadwayCon's voice, whatever that is right now, to continue these conversations. So this may be the official BroadwayCon, weekend, et cetera, but we are going to be recommitting to presenting more and more of these discussions throughout the year. The first one is coming week after next. We have this, I watched it, I recorded it, helped record it, this incredible panel about Soft Power, the play, with David Henry Huang and other members of the API community who were so just engaged with not only talking about their show, but talking about their experiences, some of them honestly very traumatic ones, but just doing so in such honest ways. It blew my mind. And so that's coming in a week or so. And we also want to recognize, and I know it's been noted, I want to make sure I own up to this here, BroadwayCon didn't have a gender inclusivity representation panel in this particular weekend, and that was a big miss on our part. We've just been rushing to goal, and but that's not an excuse. But again, with this new recommitment to doing more throughout the year, we will have the ability to do more of that. So
Sure.
like I said in the beginning, we need you all in this with us, all of you who are here. So send us your ideas, send us what you would like to see. It doesn't, it can be anything. And we will have updates for you. So stay up on our social, stay up on the website so that you can find out what's next.
And thank you for giving us the chance to do this version of things. I know that lots of people have been engaged with it. So, and this stuff lives on the internet now, is that right? All the panels live?
Just about all of it will be on the internet. It's all in one big sort of chunk right now, but we are going to slice it up in the next days, weeks. But we do something here called SleepyCon after a con.
Yes.
And so we're all going to sleep for a couple of days because boy, has this been a week for the staff. And actually, speaking of that, I want to give you guys some information. Over this weekend, we have streamed 30 hours of content. There are additional 10 hours of bonus content. That was about 200 gigabytes of video to process and stream through the internet. We have about 900 paid supporters of this con, which in a year like this is unbelievable, and we thank you so much. I am going to give a big thank you not only to you, Anthony, who gave so much this year. I bothered the hell out of you nonstop, and it was just, it was so amazing. But the BroadwayCon staff, Kylie Madden, Tori Bryan, Jordan Edwards, Leah Rosenthal, Leah Cornish, Gwen Boniface, who was the lead programming coordinator for this event, Michaela Martinazzi, Sammy Numis, Catherine Hall, Haley Hoover, and Natalie Chernikoff-Cole are all been working their fingers off behind the scenes. I cannot tell you how hard they have been working and how committed they are, and I'm so grateful. Situation, who did Industry Day, you have to go watch it. It was 2.5 hours. Vanessa Williams was part of it. It was incredible, and we'll have links to all of that. Broadway on Demand, who has been streaming this all weekend, especially Caleb Blakeman and Brian White. They've been running the tech. They're incredible. Our sponsors, Harmony, Helper, and Six, who are repeat sponsors, which is wonderful. Also, there were more than 30 vendors, 30 digital vendors. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
BroadwayCon.com/marketplace to go shop. That's going to stay up, so please, or at least for a long while. So go ahead and check it out. Also, referencing the previous comment about keeping things going, it's going to take us a minute to get it together, but the BroadwayCon page is going to release a community resources page so that we can gather some of the information and resources that we've been talking about all this weekend to assist in this community going to its next level.
That's great. I also see in the Margot Herrera.
Margot Herrera, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I went right past Margot Herrera. Margot, I'm so sorry. Whenever, even if I wrote it out, whenever you write out a list or pronounce a list, you skip one, always.
Yes.
Oh, their name's right there.
It's all good. It's all good. I think everybody alive in Zoom brain after a weekend of doing a million things would understand.
Absolutely. It's and John Noe, who I also forgot. So there's two.
Happy 5th anniversary.
Happy 5th anniversary.
Number 6 BroadwayCon.
And it's like 8 years since I first said to you, hey, what do you think of
Mhm.
this weird idea?
Yep. So thank you for, helping dream this up in the first place. And yeah, it's only onward and upward from here to help not just celebrate what's wonderful about theater, but also help create change.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not quite 100% sure where 2022 is going to be and when. So keep an eye on all the socials. We will tell you. And like we said, we will see y'all very soon.
Yes. Stay safe. Take care.
Hi, everybody. It's me, your Broadway buddy, Ben Cameron. Well, that's all she wrote for our 2021 virtual BroadwayCon. Thank you so much for joining us. You are now officially part of the BroadwayCon family. This is where you belong. Thank you to all of the artists who joined us and took part as a panelist or as a performer or as just somebody who loves theater. Thank you for being part of BroadwayCon. This is the place where you belong, BroadwayCon. Keep in touch with us throughout the year. We're going to be back together again very, very soon, and I can't wait. My hugger is Jonesin. Hope to see you all very soon. Keep in touch at BroadwayCon on social media. You can catch me at Ben Does Broadway on social media and call me every 5 minutes. Have a great show. Bye, everybody. Happy BroadwayCon. Fireworks.